for who? He's here. All right, we are ready to start, please. This regular meeting of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 6:01 p.m. I'm very pleased that you've taken time to join us this evening. As the Judson Board of Trustees, we're here to set goals and policies and oversee the management of the district. We're responsible for approving budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and to listen to reports from the superintendent. We're not here to make administrative or management decisions pertaining to the daily operations of the district. That is the responsibility of the superintendent. In compliance with the state government code on open meetings, tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. This is a meeting in public, not a meeting of the public. As our guests, you're welcome to observe and listen. These proceedings are being video and audio recorded and will become part of Judson's permanent legal record. In order that the tape adequately reflects these proceedings, please silence your mobile devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Since it's legally mandated that these proceedings are recorded accurately, I may have to ask for order periodically should I notice that disruptions are interfering with our recording capabilities. Once again, I extend to each of you a sincere welcome from the entire school board. Thank you for your interest in Judson ISD. We do have a quorum, and if you will please go ahead and mark your presence. All 7 members are present, and to my left we have Dr. Fields, our superintendent.
Good evening. Thank you for being here.
Our first item on the agenda is to have our invocation and pledge of allegiance. If you will stand, please.
Mr. Brooks, if you could lead us.
Let us pray. Dear God, we come before you tonight asking for your guidance during this board meeting. Help us to remain fact-based and solution-focused. Let all that we say and all decisions made be in line with what's best for our students, staff, and community. Allow us to work together towards making Judson ISD a premier school district that focuses on producing students of substance and excellence. We thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Please remain standing for the presentation of the United States colors, led by the Veterans Memorial High School Army JROTC. Under the leadership of Major Larry Garcia, Sergeant First Class Karen Hudson, tonight's color guard is commanded by Cadet Staff Sergeant Brooke Townsley, who is carrying the U.S. flag.
Is the mic on?
Please remain standing for the presentation of the United States colors, led by the Veterans Memorial High School Army JROTC. Under the leadership of Major Larry Garcia and Sergeant First Class Karen Hudson, tonight's color guard is commanded by Cadet Staff Sergeant Brooke Townsley, who is carrying the U.S. flag. The right guard for the U.S. flag is Cadet Major Emma Forrest. The Texas flag is being carried by Cadet First Sergeant Savion Davis. Left guard for the Texas flag is Cadet Captain Gavin Mick. Just give them a minute.
They're coming.
While we wait, let me introduce our pledge leader for you this evening. Please help me welcome Ava Rios. Ava is a 5th grade student at Wortham Oaks Elementary. She is part of the Spanish Immersion Program and has been a student at Wortham Oaks since kindergarten. She is a member of the National Elementary Honor Society and the Student Council. This year, she is looking forward to playing Nemo in the upcoming campus musical. She is Just Keep Swimming Ava. In her free time, she enjoys singing and drawing. She serves as a volunteer at Community Bible Church, and she is a positive role model in and out of campus.
Color guard, halt. Order, colors. Carry, colors. Forward, march. Mark time, march. Color guard, halt. Left, straight. Reset, arm.
Thank you for leading our pledges, Ava. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas
Flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Order, arm. Ready, face. Forward, march. Color, halt. See the colors. Ready, face. Present, arms. Order, arm. Ready, face. Forward, march.
You may be seated. If you could give one big round of applause to our pledge leader, Ms. Ava Rios. And her proud principal, Ms. Netta, is back there, and her parents are sitting up here. I know you guys are super proud. We have a certificate for you.
Thank you. Nemo?
And if you would welcome back our JROTC from Veterans Memorial High School and give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. Before we begin recognizing some of our incredible students this evening, we want to take a moment to highlight our career and technical education program. February is CTE month, and it is a time to celebrate the programs that equip students with real-world skills, industry certifications, and hands-on experiences that prepare them for high-demand careers. From healthcare and engineering to culinary arts and digital media, CTE programs provide students with the knowledge and training they need to succeed in today's workforce. At Judson ISD, we take pride in offering strong CTE programs that give students valuable career opportunities while still in high school. Tonight, we are especially excited to recognize some of our outstanding CTE students who have achieved major milestones in their fields. So we are going to begin this evening by recognizing our health science students and celebrating their incredible accomplishments. First, from Judson High School, I'd like to introduce the dental students. We are proud to recognize an outstanding group of students from Judson High School's health science program. These exceptional seniors have dedicated their time and effort to the dental program, mastering the skills needed to succeed in the healthcare field. With us this evening are Liliana Alejandro, Alexandra Perez, Navaya Clark, Jenna Ray Garza, Ajane Hubbard, Gabriella Hedman, Chanel Lynch, Amaya Mitchell, Marisa Rios, Jasleen Valladolid, and Elizabeth Villarreal. I'd also like to introduce their teacher, Miss Nichols. Under the leadership of their teacher, these students have worked hard to prepare for their industry-based certification exam, and we are happy to announce that 100% of the Judson High School senior dental students passed their state board exam. This is truly something to celebrate, and we are so proud of your success. Again, from Judson High School, we would like to recognize the Medical Assistants and Patient Care Group. We are excited to recognize this outstanding group of students from the Medical Assistant and Patient Care Technician programs. These seniors have demonstrated exceptional dedication in earning their EKG certification. This is one of 3 our students will have an opportunity to earn this school year. Tonight, we have with us Marlene Vasquez Romo, Jade Enriquez, Lundy Perez, Gianni Flores, Royalty Evans Demore, Maya Tubbs, Jasmine Aquina, Leonard Vidal, and Sarah DeCastro. These are our medical assistant students. And we have our teachers, Ms. Brown and Ms. Perales. We also have our patient care technicians from Judson High School. They're walking in right now. And tonight, we would like to recognize Kayla Crook, Diamond Self, Destiny Savala, Shane Nolan, Marisa Ramirez, Tiana Winston Adair. Ms. Perales is here to join these students. And just to put an exclamation mark on these 2 groups of students combined, not everybody could be here, but this group of 37 students are making history as the largest senior class to earn their EKG certifications. So we're super proud of the work that you do, and thank you to your teachers as well. Thank you. Next, we are proud to recognize our DECA state qualifying students who have demonstrated outstanding business and leadership skills. Students from Judson High School, Wagner High School, and Veterans Memorial High School recently competed in DECA's District Career Development Conference, showcasing their talents in various categories, including marketing, finance, hospitality, and management. From Judson High School, we have Armand Couch, Abigail Garcia, Brandon Jones. So we can get this picture. And then we have from Wagner High School. Oh, sorry. From Wagner High School, coming in, we have Achilles Alderete, Kimberly Alvarado Gonzalez, Diego Cardenas, Nakeshli Olivero Santos. And from Veterans Memorial High School coming in, we have Adrian Arquevido, Nicholas Ibarra, Ricky Ruiz. Come on in. And as we get all of our DECA students together for a big group picture, just a little bit more about these incredible students and their teachers. They were judged by industry professionals within their event categories, and outstanding talents and work have earned them a spot at the DECA State Career Development Conference in Dallas, Texas. They will compete for a chance to advance to the International Career Development Conference in Orlando, Florida. We are so proud of you. We thank your teachers for their dedication to your success, and we thank you for your commitment in showing excellence for Judson ISD. We wish you the best of luck at the state conference. Next, we are excited to recognize our Business Professionals of America state qualifiers. These students have demonstrated exceptional skills in a variety of fields through their participation in BPA competitions. From Veterans Memorial High School tonight, we have Nigel Badeo, Kai Brown, Blake Cardenas, Blanca Cruz, Ricky Cruz, Johan Yang, Stacy Lamb, Ariana Sanchez, Gabriela Santiago, Raymond Shai, Nathan Sithong, Kaylin Sotelo, Vincent Trong, Layla Villarreal Cantu, Salaya Watts, and Shanta West. From Wagner High School, representing the BPA, we have Terrell Harris and Kayla Duke. Okay. We just want to acknowledge that these students from these schools competed in various BPA events showcasing their knowledge and technical skills. Each of these students has earned a spot at the Texas BPA State Leadership Conference, which will take place next week in Dallas, Texas. This is a major achievement, and we are so proud to see them represent Judson ISD at the state level. Congratulations. And finally, we have our Judson ISD Community Connections Award. The Judson ISD Community Connections Award honors a community partner that significantly impacts the school community through their dedication, collaboration, and innovation. This evening, we are pleased to welcome Mr. George Allen, the recipient of this month's Community Connections Award. Mr. Allen is a cornerstone at Candlewood Elementary, and we want to share a short video about Mr. Allen's generosity, passion, and service.
Well, actually, it kind of started off as a church outreach project. Born and raised here in San Antonio, affiliated with definitely Candlewood Elementary, but also I'm a member of the church right around the corner, Praise Cathedral, Church of God in Christ. My name is George Allen. I'm a resident of Atkins, Texas. Actually, we came here new, looking for our entrance into the community, but also lend what we have to the school. Well, actually, started off with the reading program. Sat down with the staff here and figured out what is on the calendar we can help with. This is our second year of a dynamic event called a horse clinic, and it has definitely spawned off into something I had no idea it would be. Well, I like to take all the credit, but I can't. All it took was me asking some of my trail riding community friends just to come out. When you see the things that go on and you see the life of the community come together, to me it's one of those things called a no-brainer. It's not the why do you do this, it's the why not do it. Just meeting here with the staff on what can I do, what can we do. We didn't know that kids have a need come Friday to Monday morning of nourishment. The snack pack program that I had no idea existed, it was definitely a great venture for us to participate in. It was interesting that a small amount of a donation can mean a lot, and that was just a yes. All I can do is ask, was it enough? And if the teachers tell me that was great, if the head of the snack pack program says, thank you, thank you, thank you, then I have to be pleased that we addressed this support that not only the school needs, but the community needs to help the kids, help the family, help the community, help the educators do their job. Well, you're starting to get to me a little bit. It might get glassy-eyed in a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Allen, for all that you do for our community and our students. Bring them on in. And just because they arrived, we want to recognize our Wagner students. Yes, from BPA, Kayla Duke, Terrell Harris. Come on in, congratulations. 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 This concludes our recognitions this evening.
Dr. Fields, would you like to recognize our student ambassador that's here as well?
I would. From JECA, we'd like to introduce one of the students that sits on the Employee Superintendent Advisory Committee, and we are just so happy that he has chosen to be a part of the board and come. I think this is, what, your second or third time here?
Second.
So thank you so much for being here
We
tonight.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is our public comment period. This is the time for citizens, staff, or students to provide their comments to the board. A meeting that's open to the public under the Act is one that the public is entitled to attend. However, the Act does not give the public a right to speak at such meetings, except to address their grievances through the proper channels. As a courtesy to the public, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees allows time for public comment. Statements and questions from the audience will not be permitted during other portions of the meeting. So when you have comments to present, please sign up for public audience. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes to complete his or her comments. As the presiding officer, I will enforce the time limit. Also, profanity, yelling, inappropriate, uncivil, or discriminatory comments will not be permitted. In accordance with Judson ISD Board Policy BED Local, in the event your comment, in my judgment as the presiding officer, constitutes a complaint or charge against an employee or officer, it will be necessary for me to interrupt you, ask you to stop, and direct you to seek resolution of your complaint through the district's appropriate formal grievance policy, DGBA for employee complaints, FNG for student or parent complaints, or GF for public complaints. By law, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees cannot lawfully discuss, deliberate, make comments, or make a decision on any matter raised in the public comment period, which is not specifically listed on the board agenda for this meeting. If you have any handouts to distribute to the board, please hand them to the secretary to the Board of Trustees next to the podium. With these cautions in mind, we'll now be glad to hear the general comments. Robert Whiting, you are first.
Let me say, just before I begin, I'm very impressed with the students that showed up here tonight, and that also means I'm very impressed with the faculty and staff of the Judson ISD. So great job, guys, great job. Can I speak to you? Okay. My name is Robert Whiting. I reside at 323 Madrid Drive in Coronado Village, Universal City. I first learned of the Coronado Village Elementary School closure from a neighbor on February 3rd, 2024. On Tuesday, February 4th, 2025, I saw that the CVE marquee changed to New Moving Day, Fall 2526 Selma Elementary School. Prior to these events, I was unaware of the Judson ISD Growth and Planning Committee workshops in October and November of 2024, voting to recommend closure of CVE. I was unaware of the Judson ISD board meeting vote to formally close CVE on December 19, 2025. I was unaware of the Judson ISD Growth and Planning Committee workshop to discuss the CVE repurposing on January 13. Why? Because I do not subscribe to newspapers, follow the Judson ISD site, or have time to watch the local TV news, as the majority of my neighbors living in Coronado Village, home to 520 families. Many senior citizens in our neighborhood do not have internet access and social media, i.e. Facebook. On November 21st, 2024, Dr. Fields stated that the board members have time to collect feedback from residents who could be affected by rezoning or closure. My neighbors will testify that we were never contacted for feedback prior to the vote on December 19th. I know people that until February 4th who were told the CVE closure was a rumor by JISD employees. Since February 4th, myself, along with a group of neighbors, have done our best to educate ourselves and our community regarding the repurposing of CVE. And I acknowledge District 7 trustee Monica Ryan for reaching out to us on Facebook, announcing the town hall meeting. I thank Assistant Superintendent of Operations Daniel Brooks for being at our meeting in University City Council meeting this past Tuesday. This meeting was posted in compliance with the Texas Open Meeting Act is not enough notification, in my opinion, to my neighbors in Coronado Village. I recommend the following be initiated immediately. The marquee located in front of the CVE be changed to announce the upcoming town hall meeting with date and time, both sides. Local TV and print media be contacted with information regarding the town hall meeting and be invited to attend and report on their observations. A flyer be distributed to the 520 homes in Coronado Village announcing the date, time, and purpose of the town hall meeting. Signage posted at each of the entrances into Coronado Village. I plan to attend Monday's town hall meeting and will listen to the proposals put forward by your committee for repurposing the CVE. For the record, I am opposed to repurposing the CVE into a disciplinary alternative education program. I say no to J-Care being moved into Universal City. Thank you for this time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James Talley.
Council members. My name's James Talley. I currently reside at 130 Valencia Universal City, just across the street from Coronado Village Elementary School. The purpose tonight is just to share concerns regarding the possible placement of a disciplinary alternative education school, specifically J-Care, in my neighborhood. My wife and I have owned our home in Coronado Village subdivision since 2005. We have other family members, including children, grandchildren, and friends residing in this neighborhood. The potential future home of J-Care, possible potential future home, is immediately surrounded by over 35 homes with a total of 520-plus homes in this neighborhood, made up of mostly families, young children, and senior citizens. No other DAEP program within the surrounding counties in the middle of the residential section. They may back up to a residential area, but most are placed in urban or commercial surrounding. Why am I concerned about the safety? Listen, this is toward a former, this is not necessarily me, this is a former employee of J-Care. So as a former employee of Judson Alternative School, I would definitely not want those students in my neighborhood. Oh yes, a few have made bad decisions, some of them learned from their mistakes, but all students are there because they have been either kicked out of their home campus and not because they're good students. Some students may be there for truancy, but most are there for fighting drugs, weapons. They aren't building, they aren't building a jail in your neighborhood, but most of these students have been in jail awaiting trial for various things, such as drugs, assaults, and weapons. Now, this also can be found in the public information section of JISD website. So if you have any questions, I would refer you to that for these incidences. Last night at the Universal City Council meeting, in addition, Police Chief Siemens agreed that moving J-Care to the Coronado Village Elementary School would put an additional burden on the Universal City Police Department and require additional funds from the Universal City taxpayers and voters to support the increased dispatch volume and additional patrol officer, additional vehicles, and so forth on school days. In conclusion, many have signed a petition to save our neighborhood from the possible repurposing of J-Care into my neighborhood. We appeal to the Judson ISD School Board on behalf of my voting neighbors to not repurpose the Coronado Village Elementary School into a DAEP facility. I thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Karen Talley.
Good evening. My name's Karen Talley, and I live in Coronado Village as well with my husband. Tonight, I just wanted to give you some information, comments from our neighbors who live in Coronado, that they have signed petitions, and they also left some remarks. And so these are a few of those remarks. I have lived here 55 years. My daughter started first grade at Coronado Elementary. We definitely need no more traffic. I fear for my safety and will probably have to sell my house and move. Shame on the city to even allow an alternative school to disturb our lives. Coronado used to be the place to live. Are we now second-class citizens? We have paid enough taxes to Universal City and Judson School District over a lifetime. Instead of an alternative school, why don't you use it as a senior center? We do not need an alternative school in this area. I moved here a year ago because of the good schools like Coronado and because of the nice, quiet area, and it needs to stay that way. Bringing an alternative school to the area would bring sketchy and possible harmful people to my neighborhood. This is a worry as I live right across the street from the school. This change is unnecessary as there is already a location for those alternative school students. This is also a waste of money and budget as there is already a location for them in Converse. I do not believe a disciplinary school belongs next to a pool that has children or in a neighborhood of older adults. I live in Coronado Village and my son attends CVE. I am already upset that the district is closing this school down, and now our home school will be moved to Selma Elementary. Now there is talk about bringing an alternative school to our neighborhood, which I'm against. I'm wholeheartedly against having an alternative school in my neighborhood. I grew up in Coronado Village and bought my house in 1998 primarily because of the community feel, the proximity of the elementary school, and the safe environment that I experienced growing up here. Many of the neighbors I knew many years ago still live here, and they all look out for one another and try to keep the neighborhood clean and safe. I don't want to watch Coronado decline because of some people who don't even live in our neighborhood have a say-so as how it is to be used, how we use our school in a way that is not in accordance with the welfare or desires of our community. I live down the street from Coronado Village Elementary. I do not want an alternative school 100 yards from my home. I am a homeowner in Coronado Village, and I'm concerned this will affect the safety of my family along with drastic decrease of my property value. Keep J-Care out of Coronado Village. Our neighborhood is not a dumping ground for kids that have no respect for authority. And again, thank you for listening to me tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Beth Parker.
Beth Parker. I live at 111 Malaga Circle in Universal City. I, too, had to sort of catch up, on some of the things that were going on with construction and decisions and so forth. So what I did was to look back to November to the board meeting, and I looked at the bond 2016 status report, and it showed that Coronado Elementary, the main building and the gym roofs were in construction. Completed items were a covered walkway between classrooms and the gym, a playground shade structure was added, an ADA sidewalk to the playground was added, and the gym floor replaced with a sports resilient floor. In the same report was progress at the alternative school or the J-Care site. The building and the gym roofs were completed, ADA compliant room signage and a security vestibule added. It was retrofitted with lighting throughout the building, the gym floor replaced with a resilient sports floor, and ADA upgrades based on a TEA audit. So that was the 2016 bond status report. Now moving to in November to the bond 2022 status report, HVAC controls and interior lighting at Coronado School was pending. Perimeter fencing, gym air conditioning, and school playground upgrades were in construction. Also in November, the Growth and Planning Committee presented the board with an option to close Coronado School. In January 2025, the construction bond report showed Coronado Village fence and gate installation at 80% complete, the gym Phase 1 improvements estimated to be completed fall 2025. And then a district-wide mechanical, electrical, plumbing package 1 design was approved with Coronado Village included. In February, it looked like gym improvements, including the HVAC, was tentatively scheduled for completion in fall 2025 with the Coronado Village School included. So my question is, come fall of 2025, who's going to be using the newly air-conditioned Coronado gym, the covered walkway, the playground shade structure, the ADA sidewalk to the playground, and other playground upgrades? Is a harder look needed at enrollment and what is going on in communities? Universal City has some apartment complexes under construction. Where will these students go? Will shifting boundaries continue to require dollars for changing purposes? What happens to improvements just completed that are no longer suitable once repurposing is determined? Past expenditures and future cost should be considered before repurposing and other related decisions are determined. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kari Carlson.
Well, I don't have a script, so you'll have to bear with me. Kari Carlson, a longtime resident of Coronado Village and a veteran of the Air Force and 28-year veteran with the Postal Service, most of which time I spent in Universal City, quite a bit of that time in Coronado Village, delivering mail to all of these people over here. And I wanted to say, first of all, I graduated from Judson High School. After I did 4.5 years in the Air Force, I came back to Universal City and chose Coronado Village as my home because I love the community, and it's still got the same feel. The only problems we've ever had have come from outside our community. We've had people that wander through now, people that don't live in our community, and we really want to try to keep that neighborhood the way that it's always been. We talk about excellence and substance in our children, and in my opinion, as a person who's also studied education, children need safety, security, they need good morals and family values, and a lot of that is supported by community, good neighbors, feeling safe. You can walk to school, you can walk back and forth, not worried. Now, I don't know what the situation's been like for the alternative school, and I have a friend who's a retired teacher who taught kids of that, that had problems like that. And she loves them, and I am 100% in support of giving attention to and helping people who have kind of fallen through the cracks. I think it's really important. I just don't think that Coronado Village is the place to do that. The housing situation is such that some of the houses butt up to the school. There's a service drive that narrowly divides the school property and people's back garages, and that's the only way they're able to park their vehicles. They have townhomes there. And I'm going to get a little lost in the weeds because I didn't write this out. But thank you for listening. I am definitely against putting that school there, in support of the alternative school myself, but not in that neighborhood. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Ashton Bowman speaking about Coronado Elementary.
Hi, my name's Ashton Bowman. I'm a Universal City Council member, and recently tons of residents have been coming to our city council meetings, so thanks, guys. No, I'm just joking. I'm glad everyone came, but it just kind of landed on our door because of some of the decisions you guys made, so I wanted to come here and, bring it up and just let you guys kind of know where we've been at since they've been at quite a few city council meetings. As a council person, though, I'm a firm believer in don't just come to me with a problem, bring me a solution. So I stand before you tonight as an extremely fiscally conservative person and taxpayer. I firmly believe this school should be closed. Judson ISD is already in a huge deficit, and I feel like this school is just going to add to that. I believe back in the day it might have been popular and made sense to have a school smack dab in the middle of a neighborhood, but when you look at newer schools, they all have something in common. They're either in front of a neighborhood or further out from anything. I owned a home on Valencia Street in Coronado for many years, so I can attest that the traffic from the school never made sense to me. It's just not a great area for that. It doesn't appear that you have the residents' support, so I think the best decision is to close that school until your finances are more under control, and then and only then, if you decide to reopen it, I would suggest speaking with the local residents first and asking them what they would like to see. I think the town hall meeting that you guys have scheduled is very important, but I think it's kind of a day late. Like, this should always consider where you're going first. Even as a council person, like, we have to consider the community around us at all times. So I think going to them first would have been a little bit of a better way to do this. So that's about it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Brian Weatherford?
Weatherly.
Weatherly. My
Weatherly.
apologies.
Thank you. Good
Gotcha.
evening, everybody. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us. You can hear a lot of the passion from Coronado Village residents. I actually grew up there, moved there in 1975. I went to Coronado. My daughters all went to Coronado, and it's really great. Look, there's a lot of kids we know. I had a lot of friends, a lot of other things that happen, right? We know that stuff goes down. So here's the thing. We know J-Care is actually next to a place that can give kids special attention if they need it, because maybe that's what they've earned with the choices that they've made. As somebody who has their house in Coronado Village, right, we can do something better with a neighborhood school than making it an alternative school. I think something was pitched to you guys maybe to move administrative offices into that area. That can kind of maybe make sense, right? Because you're bringing something into a neighborhood that's not putting things at a higher risk. Everybody's risk avoidance today. And I think what we need to understand is we got to pick the better risk. And putting some challenges with certain students increases risk, when really what we can do is find a better use for that school, which I think is a shame. I think I miss the fact that, like, when I was growing up, we had little parades, right, all around down Almastad and down Coronado Village Boulevard, right, and trick-or-treating and stuff like that. We don't get as much of that anymore over there, but it'll probably come back through time, and as kids take over like me from my mom and taking that house and rebuilding it, right? So let's think about that. And I really want to applaud you as our board, right, to really think of those items before you just take your administrators' ideas. They're out there to try and get something done, and the cheapest dollar and what they think is right. Hopefully it's not a pet project or something going down the world. But look, please, consider what you're really thinking about doing with a school that's in a neighborhood. You got our neighbors, some folks right there across the street. And we know how a 17-year-old is. Everybody was. And you think about some of the things we do at times, makes you go, really? Thank God I survived, right? So please take this into consideration as you listen to my neighbors, our fellow community members, using wise resources for what you already have in place, already have good response things in place. Let's find a better, more purposeful use for Coronado Village Elementary School, because it was really sad when I saw that sign change. So thanks for listening again. I'm Brian Weatherly. I live at 109 Malaga Circle. And again, I want to support everything that we do as a Judson graduate. So thanks again.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bear Goolsby.
All right, I'm sorry. I typically just speak, but I wrote things down because I didn't want to wonder too much. So first, thank you all for your time and your service up here. Thank you. But quickly, I just want to say that remember that when we're looking at how to reuse or repurpose certain facilities, there is more to consider than just financials. It's more than just the numbers on the paper. You need to remember that there are relationships between the district and the community, the reputation of the district, and the trust that the community has that Judson will work for the best interest of those affected by its purview. Again, thank you all so much for your time and your service. I'm not staying. Y'all are great.
Thank you, Mr. Goolsby. All right, moving on. Moving on to item 4, Superintendent Report. Item A, Bond and Construction Update. Dr. Fields.
Yes, ma'am. I got to make a correction. I think I said earlier Employee Superintendent Advisory Committee.
Student.
I apologize. It's Student Superintendent Advisory Committee. And thanks, Kelly. Thanks, Edmund. Huh? Future, yeah, there you go. There you go.
We'll take
Yeah,
that.
he's pretty sharp. Thanks, Edmund. Appreciate you, man. First up is going to be our construction report. I'd ask Mr. Brooks to briefly go through it.
Thank you, Dr. Fields. Wanted to highlight that we had an opportunity to go out to Cibolo Creek Middle School to visit with the board members, took a tour of the school. Looks great out there, currently doing the outfitting for the school, and so everything is going really well. The only other thing I want to highlight, because you have the report before you, is that by next board meeting, we should be able to say that for 2016 and 2022 bond, we will be 100% engaged in all of the projects that we have on the books, either in construction, design, negotiations of contracts, or whatnot. So we're moving pretty good on all of the projects on the for the bond. So stand ready for any questions.
Are there questions? Mr. Macias?
Yeah, just a reminder, I think I asked last month, and just want to make sure we're still on target. There was this assessment I talked about that was a facilities assessment,
Yes, sir.
and so I was told it'd be ready in June. June's a very busy month with our budgets, so is it middle of June, during our budgets, 1st of June? I mean, do we have only because I know it's going to get convoluted with all of those extra budget meetings we'll have.
I don't have an exact date for you, sir, but we can definitely get back to you on that.
I mean, I'm expecting this to be on this board in June, so I will make sure
Absolutely.
that you don't forget and
Yes,
remind
sir.
you every meeting.
Yes, sir.
The other thing is that there's been some inquiries from stakeholders in the community that I talked to Dr. Fields about it, so regarding water fountains. And so it prompted the question about an assessment of what we could do with any extra funding from our 2022 bond. So we obviously need to finish our projects in 2022, but I just wanted to say, Dr. Fields, if we could start getting sort of an idea of what priorities are, because clearly we don't have an unlimited amount of money to work with, so we have to prioritize. So if there's concerns from community members coming saying, hey, we would love to have this in our campus, but we have other priorities, we're going to have to start to talk about that. So that's a different type of assessment, but one that I'm asking you guys take a look at trying to figure out what we're going to prioritize now with the potential extra. Because if each board member were to come to you and say, we want these projects done, it won't work, right? We need to be together and aligned with what is the priority to make sure that we're meeting the biggest need for our district.
Yes, sir.
So that's all.
Thank you.
Could I add something?
Yes, sir.
I would just say that with any water fountains, that anything that may not be working, that we would ask that our principals submit work orders so that we can get out there and make sure that they are working. I hear what you're saying as far as, additional, but if there's something that's not working, we would want to know that so we could get out there to take care of it.
Ms. Eaton?
You're talking about what we discussed about the water fountain, right? It's not that they're not working, Mr. Brooks. What we discussed was, you know how at the airport, they have those water fountains where you have your own water bottle and you can fill your water bottle?
Yes, ma'am.
We were talking about that.
Gotcha.
It's not that the water fountains are not working. It's just that we would, if we could
Refill
get some of those modified
Yes,
to
ma'am.
be so that students can fill, and staff can fill their water bottles that they bring with them.
Understood. Yes, ma'am.
Okey-doke. Thank you.
That was it. We're ready.
Anyone else? All right. Next is our MOY update, and Superintendent has asked that we hold our questions till they're through with their presentation, please.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, and Dr. Fields on this evening. We are going to quickly go through our PowerPoint presentation on where we are standing right now in the middle of the year with our students in preparation, preparing for the end of the year and making sure that we are going to be where we want to be as far as our board goals are concerned. On the front slide, you do see all the different types of assessments that we do administer to our students in kindergarten all the way up to high school to ensure that we're tracking their progress and meeting the goals that we have set for them over and over again through the BOY, the MOY, beginning of the year, the middle of the year, and the end of the year. I do want to commend our teachers and our students. What we're doing and trying to do this big lift, it's not easy, but I will say that I know our teachers are working hard. I know our principals are working hard. I know our students are working hard, and we are eager to share what we have learned through this particular assessment. What we wanted to go over really quickly is the overview of what we took away from the data that has been given to us from what we had, the different tests that we have taken through this time frame. And what we have noticed is that and I'm going to talk about secondary, and I'll let Kristen go ahead and talk about the elementary. But in secondary, we kind of went through and looked at our data, and where we saw there was a gap in learning, we tried to pinpoint where exactly that gap was coming into play and identify the areas within the state standards where we felt that the students were not hitting the mark the way we needed to do. And then we've met with our principals, and these meetings actually started way before we took the MOY, because we meet with them twice a month to discuss what their data is telling us through our unit assessments and other assessments that we're having on the campus, because we do not want to wait until we get to the MOY, because it is in January and we won't get through with it until the end of January. We have got to make sure that we are reacting in a fast manner. And so what we've done is looked at where we need to focus on what we call in our crunch time, which is a time between now and April, and make sure that we are going to be surgical when we are looking at the different types of interventions and how we're going to intervene and what we're going to intervene with to get our students to where we need them to be in April when we hit the STAR test.
So if you take a look at the way that we set this up, usually we present the data first, but what we decided to do is kind of take a different approach, talk about what are our strengths, what are our growth opportunities, and what are our next steps. So if you take a look at reading 3rd through 5th grade, and then we have 6th grade through EOC, one of the things we're doing really, really well is really focusing on that reading accuracy. So this is a student pronouncing words correctly, right? There's lots of components that are involved with reading. One of them is accuracy. If you go to our growth opportunity, you'll see we have an opportunity there to really strengthen fluency. Fluency and accuracy are basically married to each other. So what we're talking about with accuracy is, are they pronouncing the words correctly? When we get to fluency, there's an added piece there, right? Are they using expression? Are they paying attention to punctuation? How does it sound when they read? All of those pieces together really impact reading comprehension in general. So if you have a deficit in one of those areas, accuracy or fluency, you're going to see reading comprehension start to slip. Not that it is slipping for us, but this is an opportunity for us to strengthen reading comprehension through addressing fluency. If you notice over here on the action steps, you might be asking yourself, why do we have reading accuracy as an opportunity for an action step if we just said it's one of our strengths? Because we have so few students now at this point that are struggling with that reading accuracy, that's where we need to do that targeted instruction. We saw a lot of growth with 3rd through 5th grade students in reading accuracy. We just want to fine-tune it with a small group of students that are still struggling. If you take a look at math, you'll notice 3rd through 5th grade, we're doing really well with representing and manipulating numbers. So this is not just addition, subtraction, division. It's having one of those components missing and then students having to fill in the blank. For example, you might have a problem that reads 27 minus blank equals 17, right? So the idea there is they have the basic facts, a basic understanding. Now they're having to fill in those blanks. We're getting strong in this area. We're making great gains there. You'll notice one of our opportunities, and this is an opportunity that we will see from 3rd grade all the way up, is geometry and measurement. This is actually one of those skills that starts in pre-K with identifying shapes. If you notice over there next to action steps, we're talking about, we met with secondary principals last week. We're meeting with elementary principals tomorrow. What we're talking about is making some adjustments to that math block so that we can build in some additional time in there to go back and spiral some of those skills.
And so we have said this before, but one of the things that we really notice is that if a child is struggling with reading, he's going to be struggling with math, he's going to be struggling with science and with social studies, because reading is the bedrock of all of those subject areas. And so, and because the way the STAR test is made, kids have to know how to read a word problem, read a paragraph, and be able to respond to what the state is asking them to respond to. So one of the things that we saw that had some commonalities in science was matter, force, motion, and energy. And it is not just because they don't know how to set up the problems, it's how that problem is being presented. And most of the time it's embedded into a word problem. And so one of the things is like really teaching kids to read for accuracy and read for comprehension, and then going from there and making sure they're able to set up the problem using the information that they have gotten in the word problem, or using the information that they have gotten in the paragraph that they have gotten. So one of the things that we have called for the data to action, even when we met with the principals this past week, was really looking at how we spiraling in the information, how are we focusing on vocabulary, making sure we're calling things that are concepts within the standards or things that we are talking about in our day-to-day conversations with students, and making sure that students are using those vocabulary words when they're discussing the content in which they are engaging. And then the other thing is continue to work with our small group. We know that you can put stations in the classroom. They're really good with it at the elementary level, but we're struggling at secondary trying to do stations and getting students in smaller groups in order to work with them one by one. And then making sure that we're strategically picking pieces and picking concepts to make sure that we are able to put things in front of our students that are going to equip them to move from where they are. Judson ISD is a growth district. That means we get the most of our points from STAR testing in growth. How many kids are we able to move from the beginning of the year to the end of the year? And that's where we get most of our points. So making sure that we are staying focused on that. And then the other thing that we saw that was somewhat kind of a surprise to us is the U.S. history. It was about World War II, which I think is a closer war to where we are right now versus where World War I. And we really thought that that's where we were going to see 1901, 1902, where kids were going to be struggling, but it was the 1930s and 1940s. So going back to our U.S. history teachers, okay, let's go back in and we're going to have to spiral that information in. And then the other thing is that in 8th grade, this is where they're really getting into arguments, being able to summarize and analyze an argument and being able to pick sides and being able to answer questions about it. So really honing down, I keep telling principals and keep telling our teachers, we have got to be surgical in our approach. We cannot take the let's turn the water hose on and let's spray the wall or throw all the macaroni or all the spaghetti up against the wall and hope something sticks. We got to be surgical about what we're doing between now and the STAR test to make sure that we're going to get the results that we need. So when we met with the board earlier this year, we set up priorities, basically looking at where we want to be at the 10-5-8, which is what you call the priority, the 2028. We want to be 10 points higher than where we are right now in approaches, 5 points higher than where we are right now in meets, and 3 points higher where we are right now in masters. And then in 2025, we set a goal to get to where we need to be at the end of this year in order to meet the 10-5-3 in 2028. So this is where we are right now in third through fifth grade reading.
So just a high-level look at this. If you think about where we were with BOY, third grade had minimal changes. So when we see that at the district level, minimal changes, then that's our opportunity to dig into campus-specific data, right? What do those classrooms look like across the district? If you take a look at fourth grade and fifth grade showed increased numbers of students in above. So you know what, I should have started with this and I apologize. Please remember, M-Class Amplify reports out differently than MAP NWEA. I know that we have this conversation every time. MAP will give us a STAR proficiency. Through a linking study, will tell us if kids are projected to be at approaches, meets, and masters. Remember, we don't necessarily have that capability with M-Class. So what this tells us is, are kids above grade level, at grade level, below grade level, well below grade level? It is not a straight line from these performance levels to STAR. I just want to be very clear about that, because this also does not contain a writing component, which STAR does. But this does, however, inform classroom instruction. So what we're looking at this time of year is, are we holding steady, or do we see more students now spilling over from below to at or at to above? And that's what we're definitely seeing in fourth and fifth grade. We do see some gains in those students that are spilling over to that next performance level. I do want to remind you guys as we flip to the next slide, which is MAP, NWEA, it's going to look a little bit different. Unfortunately, M-Class does not report out that way.
So if we're looking at sixth grade reading all the way through English 2, you're looking at where the district was at this time, and then we went ahead and broke it out by sixth grade, seventh grade, eighth grade, and English 1 and 2 were combined together, and that's how they do it in NWEA. And so what we were looking at, if you look at where the district is right here, we're talking about we're at 71% approaches, 48% at meets, and 13% at masters. Our goal that we have set for the end of this year for 2025 is 61%, 25%, and 8%. So if you look at this, you say, okay, we're moving in the right direction. But what we do is go back and drill down even more. We lost 4 percentage points, we lost 3 percentage points, and where did we lose those points and why? And in our digging through the data, we were able to speak with our principals last week about author's craft and kids really understanding how the author crafts, how students are reading a piece of text and being able to comprehend and really talk about how writing is going to impact students' overall performance if they do not do well on those short constructed responses that they have to craft on the test. So right now we're looking at where we were for BOY, where we are right now for MOY, how far are we from those two pieces? Did we make gains or did we lose some? And then where we are when we look at our overall goal for 2025. For STAR Math, that's our 2028 goal right there for Approaches, Meets, and Masters. And then you have where are we shooting for this year for 2025 at the end of this year when we're talking about grades 3 through EOC, which is Algebra 1 for us in mathematics. And this one we can trace for STAR proficiency. Where would we be projected for STAR if we took STAR today? Because this test is taken all in NWE math.
So going back to what Dr. Duhart-Toppin was saying, you'll notice on this chart, we're able to put all those grade levels together. So with that being said, we can also do a district overall look. When you look at 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade together, we have some opportunities to really look at those students that are still at MOY at the does not meets and what are the pieces that they're missing there to spill over to the next performance levels. Very similar to what we saw in reading for 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. These guys have made incredible gains in the Approaches, Meets, and Masters, but we still have an opportunity, especially with 4th grade, an opportunity to take a look at what skills are those kids missing that are still keeping them in that does not meets.
And then again, we went back and projected. If we looked at where we were for BOY and where we are right now for MOY, how many percentage points have we lost, and where are we from our goal overall? When you go back and look at where we were, our goal is 72%, 43%, and 12%. We're right now sitting at 63%, 33%, and 9%. So that is where we are projecting we're needing to be at, and this is where we are right now. So even though we had a little bit of slippage, and that's what we had a little bit of slippage with the performance at MOI, by no means has this been the biggest percentage deficit that we have seen. So I know that our teachers are taking it to heart and looking at what they're doing in the classroom and listening and looking at their data and reacting to the data, going from just not looking at where kids are, but making plans to move them to the next level. And so we are moving in the right direction. This is our goal for science for 5th grade, 8th grade, and EOC all together. Our priority goal is, again, is the 10-5-3. And then we look at our 2025 MOY. This is a goal that we're shooting for this year, which is 68%, 31%, and 7%. So if you look at that, we're looking at our district. Our goal is 68, 31, and 7. We're sitting right now at 65, 27, and 7. We're holding steady with the masters. And then we looked at what areas are we looking at right now where we're not tracking where we need to do. So we have had, and they will have tomorrow with the elementary principals, a discussion about what's going on in 5th grade and trying to figure out what we need to do with our students to get them ready for where they need to go. And then again, where are we on our progress? This is where we were for BOY. This is where we were for MOY. This is the difference between the two. This is the goal that we have set for 2025 in order to be on track to meet that 2028 goal. And then the last area that we're looking at in our board goals is the grades 8 and EOC. So we're looking at 8th grade social studies and U.S. history in 11th grade. Your priority goal is, again, the 10-5-3 goal that was set on preliminary STAR data. Remember, keep that in mind, preliminary STAR. And then 2025 MOY, we are shooting for 75%, 44%, and 21%. This is where we are right now. Again, we said that we wanted to be at 68, 31, and 7. We are at 85, 68, and 39 right now as a district for 8th grade social studies and U.S. history. So this is where we are right now. We took a bit of a dip in the meets area, but we did show improvement with kids moving from meets to masters and from did not meets to approaches. Questions?
I'd like for you to clarify one more time.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Toppin, Dr. Saunders, these were based on what we had calculated the scores to be, not based on the official taper that came.
No, when we adopted the goals for the board, we were doing that adoption prior to the TAPR report.
So if these are not based on that, when were we going to, I know it's when Dr. Gibson comes back.
Yes.
But you guys will then be making recommendations to the board to make adjustments.
Yes.
To what our scorecard was. But for now, what we voted on is why we're reporting what we're reporting.
Yes.
But when we meet with Dr. Gibson, we'll be making adjustments on the targets.
Right, so next week on Wednesday, when we meet for our board workshop with Dr. Gibson, we're going to be bringing to the board that we need to change the percentages on our goals. They actually are going up, because when we got our TAPR report, it included our star alt percentages that were not in the preliminary star data that we had in the summertime when we voted on these goals and accepted these goals. So what we're bringing to you is what has been approved by the board. We're going to bring an update on Wednesday night to ask for you to vote based on the TAPR report.
Now, based on the inclusion of Star Alt, would you say routinely across the board there was an increase or decrease?
Yes,
No, I'm asking.
Yes.
Increase or decrease?
it was an increase.
Thank you.
Yes.
Ma'am. All right.
Yes, sir, I was excited to say yes.
Is there a discussion? Mr. Macias?
Yes, obviously, I know that we're going to go a lot deeper into it with our consultant, with Gibson, next week. These are promising. I know that you also mentioned, too, that we have an opportunity to move that target up as we see things are going forward. I would still ask, because I'm really a big advocate for including teachers in the classroom, community members that may have input, in probably developing an additional innovation for addressing grade level issues. Because when a teacher says, hey, this is what I'm experiencing, I know you guys are probably doing that, but at the board, it doesn't filter up to us, and so we don't know what that discussion looks like. I'll say it again on record for anyone on staff that may be listening. If there are solutions that require board support to finance, we want to do that. As managers, you guys, we can't afford $1 million more on something. But I would make an argument, if $1 million more changes the game, we'll find $1 million to change the game. But I just like to take that opportunity to say that. I appreciate all the hard work that we're doing, and this looks really good. And also, for those, I did step out to get some coffee, but in the coffee room, this whole presentation is quite visible, so I didn't miss a beat, so thank you.
Let's see, Ms. Ryan?
Obviously, I have tons of academic questions swirling my brain, but due to the, deep dive next week, I'm going to hold off on most of my comments because I predict next week with Dr. Gibson for 3 hours will be a very robust conversation. But, as we get ready for next week's meeting, as I mentioned during the taper, seeing big picture where we're going, and we're looking third grade through high school, that's great. That's how we, get evaluated in some ways. But really next week, digging into those subpopulations, because that's how we as a board allocate resources in all these different categories. And we have all these programs for all these subpops, and that's how we get graded. We get a lot of scores that way. Federal report card is looking at subpopulations too. So, and I know we've exchanged some emails since the last taper, but I think it'll be nice to just kind of get everything out on the table of action, right? Like we talk about causes and all that stuff, but what are we doing and what do we need to do moving forward, and everybody kind of having this common picture. I know we've been going back and forth. They're like, oh, special education kids are getting their minutes and we're sending them to RTI, and the RTI teachers are like, no, we don't see SPED kids. They are with, their special education teachers. So like some of those things, I think when we get all that out on camera and just kind of resolve all of those, there's some misunderstandings about the actions we're taking, and then really seeing the results. Like we've changed a lot of things in the last 18 months, and some of it may be working and some of it may not be working. So yeah, I'm looking forward to a good solid 3 hours with Dr. Gibson next week, and and really digging into a much deeper dive of all of this data. So I don't actually have any questions.
I believe, though, I want to clarify, it's my understanding that the meeting with Dr. Gibson next week is for scorecard clarification, correct?
It's going to be scorecard clarification, right?
And the scorecard is more of a global, is what the board had agreed on before, a global view than subcategory view. Correct me if I'm
The
wrong.
scorecard is set on the priorities that we decided on as a group, and so those priorities for academics, for Dr. Saunders and I, are set with the overall performance of all kids in grades 3 through 12, or 3 through high school EOC. And so the goals that have been set, just like we were showing you, I can't show you right now, but the goals that we had set at that time that the board voted on were the goals that were set for all reading grades 3 through EOC, all math.
I don't
But
want-
yes, it's the big overarching goal.
There you go. I
Yes,
just don't
sir.
want the board members to expect something that you're not preparing for.
Yeah, it wasn't really, when Dr. Gibson talked us through, and when I watched any ISD, because he consults over there, obviously, so their strategic roundtables are televised and stuff like that, and he talked a lot about subpopulations, and that's what, when he talks about deep dive is not 3rd through 12th grade score type thing. So I guess, at what point do we talk about how we're supporting emergent bilingual kids? At what point do we look at our federal report card to see which demographic groups and which areas and how we can allocate resources? If it's not with Dr. Gibson at the academic deep dive, I guess I don't know when as a board we talk about those things.
When we are asked to report to the board, we're reporting based on your scorecard that you have adopted. We, at the tactical level and at the operational level, it's breaking it down to the sub-pops, breaking it down to campuses, breaking it down to different subject areas. We have not, with this particular board, with this particular adoption of this scorecard, have determined how the monitoring you want done for the scorecard. We set the goals for the priorities, for all 4 priorities, and then set the areas that we at the tactical level and that campuses at the operational level will monitor how we are moving towards meeting that overarching goal. Because every campus had to set a 10-5-3. Every campus had to set a 2025 goal, 2026, so on and so forth. But the board goals, the ones that were adopted by this board, were set at the high level where we were looking at 3 through 12. Now, Dr. Gibson did say that if we wanted to, we can look at or ask questions about different subpopulations, but most of the subpopulations, like you brought up special ed and emergent bilingual, those are now what we call a super group within our accountability. So it's that super group that we're looking at where you put all these different groups of students and where they are, the programs that they're in, you put them in the super group and look at how the super group is performing in comparison to all other kids.
Yeah, and I guess I'm confused, because on the spreadsheet, we adopted that column 5 or whatever, they wanted us, but then there was supposed to be follow-up where you all were going to help us make all the growth progress measures and all of the interim things that we do to get to those goals. I guess we can talk about it with Dr. Gibson, but if we're going to say this board is never going to talk about our federal report card and the areas that are getting us for targeted intervention and other labels that we are getting from the state and federal government, if that's not within the board's purview, that's definitely something we're going to have to talk about with Dr. Gibson, because that is not the impression I got from him, and that's not what I'm seeing other school districts do. So if we're never going to talk about special education kids, because we're just looking at everybody on the whole from 3 to 12, I think it's a little short-sighted myself, but yeah, no, that'll be a great discussion topic, because I'd love to see that entire chart filled in. We have yet to receive that chart. We did 38 pages of butcher block, and I haven't seen a single one of those things integrated. I asked for a copy of and there's still blanks on the version I have. So if you can make sure we get that scorecard before next week, because I haven't seen one that doesn't have some blanks on it. So that'd be helpful. I know I'd like to get well prepared for next week. Thank you.
So I just want to be clear. I don't think that we said we weren't going to ever bring anything. I think what we said was the scorecard that the board adopted was global. And that's what I thought we were going to talk about when Dr. Gibson came back. I know that we give other presentations to the board that speak to those areas that Ms. Ryan is concerned about. And we can even bring them to the meeting with Dr. Gibson. I just wanted to be clear with the board on what we thought the expectation were. We've adopted as a board that scorecard, and we were going to make adjustments to what the goals were based on the final taper report that came in the increase in scores. We thought preliminarily we were going to be lower than what we actually came out. So we don't want to set a 10-point goal lower than where we are currently.
And maybe if you can send us your version with all 5 columns filled out, that might make everything more clear. Remember, we were
Understood.
just all working off drafts.
Right, just
We
the
were-
global
I've
part.
got notes everywhere, so if you can send us whatever you think the document we are working off of, that may clarify maybe some of the confusion from writing on a wall to an actual, guiding document, so.
I think we're still in the process of putting together
Yes.
what we project to talk about next week, but we can definitely send you the other categories that, where we decided this is how we're going to attack achieving those scorecard goals, correct?
Yes.
'Cause those
Okay,
are
I don't
already
think we've
filled
seen, I hadn't seen it. If I did, I just missed
Yes.
it.
Dr.
Is it
Fields?
posted, Dr. Tagano?
We have an out-facing document that's posted on this.
Does it have
strategic
those
scorecard.
steps on there?
It doesn't include the things that are not board adopted. It has the long-term
Okay.
goals and the priorities listed, but we can certainly
Understood.
submit in the Friday notes the document of the scorecard.
Thank you.
Of course, there may still be blanks because some of the baselines may have not occurred yet.
Understood.
Dr. Fields, I just wanted to, and Dr. Taganow talked about it for a second there, but I think maybe some of the clarification with the scorecard is the last column on there is the board-adopted piece, right? And then all of the other pieces in there are exactly what you're talking about, those incremental points.
Yeah, like those are the things we
Yes.
oversee, right? Like
Yeah.
the board manages and oversees the district to make sure that everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing, type thing. So
I
it's
see
like,
you shaking
we
your
gotta look
head.
at that at
Yes,
some
that's a
point.
no.
No, what we're saying is, the last column is the board-adopted column. The
Yes.
other columns that are created by us, the cabinet and principals, are the pieces where we monitor along the way. So going back to the conversation we had with Dr. Gibson about strategic group,
Yep.
that's the last column.
Yes.
Tactical is us in conjunction with principals, and then operational is principals in the classroom. Those are the other columns that you see hidden
Yeah.
on the forward-facing scorecard, because what's on the forward-facing scorecard is the board-adopted far-right column. I would also be remiss if I didn't say this. I don't want anyone listening or anyone in this space thinking we are not intensely monitoring those subpopulations.
Yes.
That we live and breathe those subpopulations. So as we're talking about 25,000 students, right? The principal at Candlewood Elementary is talking about her 500. And that fourth grade teacher is talking about her 25 that she knows inside and out. So I definitely don't want us to leave the impression that we're not intensely at the tactical and operational level monitoring those
Well, and the stressful
sub-pops.
part for us is we're getting ready to get into the heat of budget season, right? And there is limited funds. So for us, it's not about what you're doing necessarily with a specific special education student. It's about how are we going to divide a limited finite amount of resources and money in order to support those things that you guys are doing and making sure that resources are allocated to the programs in each of those subpopulations and everything's being addressed, and that it's hard to prioritize money sometimes. So in knowing what you guys do, I think will help us a little bit more in that budget cycle as we work to prioritize what has to get funded for next year and make a list, so.
Understood.
Ms. Stanford?
Yep. I'm very excited to hear that we're going to be adjusting our goals upward. Can't wait for that. So I'm looking forward to that. I can't help but notice we still have that chronic challenge in 7th and 8th grade math, and I know we've been focusing on that. When I first got on the board, I was watching in particular Park Village that was working with Eureka, and they had all the workbooks. And I've been trying to hear if we've come to the decision that that made a difference. If the workbooks help Park Village outperform. I know they were doing very well. Have we come to a conclusion as to whether that made a big difference or not?
So I want to be really clear, and I think I said this in the past. it's about teacher efficacy more than a workbook, right? It's about what teachers are doing with students in the classroom. Now, if teachers are telling us this is a resource that is needed, this is a resource to help move our students forward, that is a conversation we have all day long. Mr. Macias alluded to this earlier. I'm really proud in Judson ISD. We have created a space where teachers feel very comfortable talking to us and providing feedback for the things that they need in the classroom. I think we're getting to a space now where if there is a need, if there is something that a teacher feels is going to make a difference, that's a collective conversation that I'm proud to engage in. I just sat with Ms. McKinney this week, and we had a very long conversation about science and next steps and giving feedback. I think we've come a long way from where we were. So to say that a workbook at Park Village is making all the difference in the world would be a stretch. I think it's professional development. I think it's teacher efficacy. I think it's teachers having the right resources. I think it's parents being involved. I think it's administrators and academic leaders supporting teachers in the classroom. All of those pieces have to align in order for us to see things move forward. So for us to just say it's that one workbook, that would be the answer to everything. But as a collective, I feel like we're definitely moving in the right direction.
But to Ms. Stanford's point, Ms. Stanford, I'd say that there were so many things that were implemented over at Park Village. We haven't had teachers jump up and say, man, if not for this workbook, we would have never been able to get here. But we have had people say, hey, the principal over here has got a laser focus on academics. Our academic coach is in all the classrooms working with the teachers. To your point, the teachers are really exceeding because of the internal structure and attention that we paid to giving the teachers in terms of how they need to implement the Eureka lesson plan. But it hasn't jumped out that we need to get workbooks for everybody across the district.
Yeah, that's what I've been kind of listening for. I know some teachers, though, at Park Village felt the workbooks made a difference for them. I haven't heard past that since we're not using the workbooks anymore. And that's what I was interested to know. Did they make a big difference, or can we?
Meaning, do we need to purchase them across the board?
We are in the process of going through, the book adoption committee is actually, we have to adopt a math textbook this year. And so we're going through that process and looking at all the pieces. We just had the committee along with technology, working with us on that. And the committee has voted. And so we're going through the process of trying to secure what teachers have told us, the resources that they need in order to effectively teach their classes in math.
And that's what I wanted to hear, and that's to Mr. Macias's point and to Ms. Ryan's point. We're wanting to hear what do the kids need that'll make a difference, because I definitely, in particular, want to see our math challenge in the middle school improve. Thank you.
Ms. Eaton?
Thank you, Madam President. I know we discussed when we were talking about all this, about the change in math when they get to the 7th grade, because you guys were expressing to us how to deal with that, because that's when geometry comes in, right?
Geometry comes in 3rd grade. It just gets a little bit harder.
It does?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, wow. Okay. So there's a change then when they, from 3rd to 4th, and then
Yes.
7th to 8th, they have another change.
And there's a big change from 5th to 6th.
Okay. Do they ever have, like you were talking about, the comprehension piece? You know, the reading is just the foundation for every class.
Yes, ma'am.
But we were talking about that foundation piece, the comprehension. Do they form debate teams at like 5th, 6th, 7th grade?
We have spent a lot of time, if you look at our instructional model that we have for Judson ISD, one of the things that is on that model is what we call accountable talk, and encouraging students to engage with their content through verbal discourse with their teacher as well as their students, and giving students the opportunity to talk about what they're learning and how they're learning, and that plays a big role being able to do that, because kids don't learn when all they get is someone talking to them for 45 minutes. They learn by engaging in conversation with their peers, what we call cooperative learning. And we have spent a lot of time the last 2 years in talking about accountable talk in the classroom. Not just talking to be talking, but talking to learn.
Right, because they have to be able, as you stated, they have to be able to read a paragraph and then decipher that paragraph and make determination on where they need to put what. Do you need addition here, division, multiplication? Where do you put it and how do you put it? So, yeah, that and decoding. Okay, I got that one. But anyway, yes, okay, the third, fourth, the seventh, eighth, and you said fifth and sixth.
Fifth and sixth,
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And thank you all, because, man, this is awesome. And the information that you all have been providing is very helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you to our principals, too.
Yes, ma'am. Do an awesome job.
They do. Mr. Macias, you had another comment?
I did. Obviously, the big picture here is that our superintendent's ultimately accountable to what the board desires and so forth. So we will always look at that and have that interaction. But there was a comment made earlier about, I felt helplessness from one of my colleagues saying, what do I do? Do I need to wait? The power of the board agenda is what we have. If we have a specific item that we need to discuss in bilingual or in special ed, we can put an agenda item and bring it here to discuss. But when we're trying to look at everything, there's just too much to discuss in one night. So I would encourage anybody, if there is an issue, you bring that concern here so we can discuss it and talk through it. That's the best way, I believe, to handle it, and so I would encourage that to be the direction we go. I don't want anyone on this board to ever feel, what do we do? There are pathways to have intelligent conversations about what we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you. I also would say that there's probably an opportunity for us in our meeting with Dr. Gibson to sketch out some next steps. Where do we need to go? What do we need to focus in on? Where can we hone in and schedule some specific meetings where we can do a deeper dive into those kinds of things? So my feeling is, let's get this, the scorecard update going, and then we can look at where do we go from here now. Thank you so much for your time, ladies, and I appreciate all your hard work.
Follow-up question, something they said?
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't push the button. Sorry, I just had one follow-up comment on one thing Dr. Saunders said about your feeling that the teachers are far more comfortable asking for what they need and they're getting what they need and stuff like that. You know, I hope I don't want to burst the bubble of the next agenda item, right? But that's not what the data shows, right? The scores are significant, the survey results are significantly down on teachers having what they need and feeling like they're part of instructional decisions. So, I mean, I'm glad there are people that are talking to you and are building those types of relationships. There's a whole population that is not feeling that way.
So it is on the record. I am right here.
Yes.
We are open to conversations. I would be very careful about survey results that don't capture every single employee in our district. Because every single school we go to, teachers are more than happy to have conversations with us about what they need or what they feel is working or areas that they feel could be an adjustment. And I'm going to be really honest with you. Me personally, I'm going to talk to a person all day long as opposed to necessarily communicating that in a survey. And another step to that as well. I think we're in a really good place with our new teachers as well. We just had a new teacher PD last week. It was amazing to hear. Now remember, 56% of the teachers in the state of Texas are not certified, so didn't necessarily come into this field with that in mind, right? But for them to be able to say things like, I'm nervous about accountable talk. How do I determine whether or not kids are appropriately talking? Are they talking about the content, or what does that look like from my end? When teachers feel comfortable enough to say, you keep saying the word engagement, can you tell me what does that look like? When people are comfortable enough to have those types of conversations, I really do think we have turned a corner. And we have to remember also, as a CNI team and as a board, our responsibility now is to really start delivering professional development at the level of the teachers that are entering the profession. Because sometimes we're using this language and we're using these words and they're not necessarily in the same frame of mind we are. We've been in it for a hot minute. These guys may be just coming in. So I think the opportunity that these conversations are happening, I am incredibly thankful for that.
Yeah, and I hope people do speak up, because when 2/3 of our teachers say they don't have what they need for special populations, which is exactly the subgroups I'm talking about, 2/3 of them say they don't have what they need, there's obviously a group that isn't speaking up enough, right? Or somehow, or whatever, or they're speaking up and somehow they're not being listened to and they're not, whatever that is, like, that's why I like surveys and I like data, right? Because we can find some things that it's like, as a group, as a whole, from top to bottom, right?
Absolutely.
This is everybody, we're all in this boat together, figuring out how do we get that disconnect of feeling, one group feels one way and another group feels the other way. We got to get to the middle, you guys.
So
We
can
gotta
we
figure
hold,
it out.
can we hold some more of this until we actually get to that agenda
Okay,
item?
yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Absolutely.
you so much. Next, Mr.
The TASB Employee Opinion Survey, Dr. Fields?
Yes, ma'am. We have Jennifer Barton coming to the podium now, and she's a senior HR consultant who has done an employee opinion survey that Ms. Ryan just introduced. She will be able to give us a much better deep dive and understanding of how to interpret the information, but once again, I'd ask that we hold all questions until the end of the presentation, so she can move through it briefly. Thank you so much for being here, Ms. Barton. Thank you.
Thank you. So, good evening. As Dr. Fields said, I am Jennifer Barton with TASB HR Services. I am a senior HR consultant, and I've been with TASB a little over 6 years, and I came out of public education, so I am very familiar with public education. San Antonio is my hometown, and I was in a district right neighboring this district, so I'm very familiar with this area, but also very familiar with how school districts work and, you know, the purpose of an employee survey and what this data can mean for a district. And so we're going to go through some of the methodology, and then we're going to get through the results. This is a very high-level overview. My understanding is that the board has been provided the report, so the details are in there, but we are going to go over this high-level overview tonight. And so we will get started. So first off, let's talk a little bit about the survey. So the district has been actually done the survey a long time. Like, they have several years of data. This is not their first year. But the way that TASB HR Services does this is it's online only. And all employees are invited, but that does not mean that all employees in the district participate. And we'll get into that here in just a second. And this survey is administered by HR Services. It is not administered by district personnel. And the reason we do it that way is because we want to keep a level of confidentiality. And then our method internally is also even more layered to be able to ensure that we are not revealing any type of information that a single employee could be identified by a single employee or employee group. So that's important to keep in mind, that district admin had no touch on this except just to do the basically administration of it, to give us information and data. Any questions that came about the survey or any type of pieces I dealt with. So I am the lead consultant. I am the only one that worked here, other than a little bit of analyst support that we had with some of the input of email addresses, those type of things. So there, at the time of this survey, there were 3,629 employees. And remember, this is a snapshot in time. It was about a 3-week window. And at that time, 1,751 responded. So that's about 48% of the district. So when you look at this data, you have to understand that a little over half the district employees did not participate. And I think that's important to keep in mind, because you have to remember that only, you know, a little less than half of your employees have given their voice. That doesn't mean that others don't want to give their voice. It's just they chose not to use that for an employee survey purposes. So compared to the 2024 participation rate, it was about 9% below. And there's lots of reasons. Sometimes it's timing. Sometimes employees have other things and they don't want to engage in the survey. There's lots of reasons why a survey is not something that an employee will want to do. So we break down your data so you can kind of see this. It's a little bit hard to see, but one of the things that we ask is we ask employees what their job type is. And so this is where employees can self-identify what their typical job type is. And so you can see the demographics and what it looks like of who participated in the survey by the job type that they chose. So you can see, of course, this makes sense. It aligns with your personnel in a district, but the majority are teachers, right? A little over half of the survey. And then you have your other groups that are broken down. And so you may be asking, well, where do you get those groups? Well, that is something that we work with district administration to find groups that are of 10 or more employees, which of course in a district of this size, you're gonna have more than that. But we don't want too small of groups because we wanna make sure that we have no identifying factors in there for employee data. So looking at demographics, we also look at time of service. So of course in education, we think about years of service, the years that we are in a district working, and that's really with any employee experience. And so you can see again where your demographics lie for the time that those employees that participated in the survey have spent in Judson. And so 30% have 4 to 9 years of experience, so it's about 503 participants in the survey. And then you can see too that you really do have a pretty good distribution from your 1 to 3 as well as your 10 to 14 years. So you are capturing a really large portion of your experienced teachers, those that have been in the district for a while and can give good feedback. And then we also look at work location. And so this is where the employee will identify where they primarily work. And so of course it makes sense. You have many elementary schools, so you're going to have the majority of your respondents at your elementary schools. And then we grouped again into certain categories. And the reason for that is just basically we do not, again, want to identify very small groups of employees. So we gather some of those together. All right, so now we're going to get into response. So one of the very first question after we get through demographics is we ask the employee, the respondent, what are their top 5 factors for job satisfaction? And for the purpose of presentation, we give the 3 that basically came out at the top responses. And so of the participants in the survey, the 1,751, the majority of them felt that these 3 factors are the top 3 for them working in Judson ISD. So they strongly agree that they want respectful treatment of employees. They strongly agree that their work is meaningful to them, and then they want safe working conditions. The remainder of the questions are all on a Likert scale. And so they are given 4 options, and they're asked statements, basically. And so they can either respond strongly agree, agree, disagree, or strongly disagree. There is not an NA option. So we have specific categories. So we're going to go over our standard categories, and then we're going to break into the department summaries. The district actually has a longer or more lengthy survey because they want assessment and data for their individual departments also. So in job satisfaction, what you're going to see is you're going to see the top statement or statements where you had your top scores, and then you're going to see where your lowest response was. Prior to getting into these, though, I want to note that when we are looking at survey data, anything more than 50% for a response is considered a positive response, okay? And we are going to see some responses on here where you may see a green or a yellow, and they're both going to be in the 90s or 90s and 80s. So the yellow there is just an area to where you had your lowest agreement, but that doesn't mean that it's a negative response, okay? I want to make sure that that's out there. So for job satisfaction, 95% of respondents agreed that the work that they do is meaningful to them. And then 66% of the respondents agreed that Judson ISD would be somewhere that they would recommend to a friend or a good place to work. For this overall category, and I think there were probably about 5 statements, there was a 2-point decrease overall compared to the last 2 years of data. What we would say is anything plus or minus 5 or more is maybe a point of concern, but here you remain fairly consistent over 2 years. For working conditions, 81% agreed that they feel secure in the employment at the district, and 60% agreed that their workload is appropriate for the position. In this particular area, we saw a 5-point decrease in employees feeling secure in employment at the district. And so, how an employee interprets that, it could be that, it could be just their general job security. It could be, they don't know if they're maybe if there's school closures or if there's transfers or different pieces like that. So there's a lot of factors that go into how employees feel about that. Relationship with coworkers, this was an area of strength. And so 90% of respondents like the people that they work with. And this is an example to where you still have a very positive response, even though it's the lowest one in this category. And 83% of respondents felt that they can really depend on their coworkers. And so this was an area to where we saw really strong statements and agreement. And what's not captured here is that actually 89% of respondents also believe that they can feel really loyal to their team. So relationship with campus principal. And so typically in our standard survey, we have a relationship with supervisor. For the survey for Judson ISD, we break it into campus principal and then into department director or supervisor. Because there are so many employees, we wanted to, distinguish that. So this particular question here was given to anyone that would have been as a campus principal being their supervisor. So you're talking about teachers, your paraprofessionals that are forward-facing on a campus, or anyone there. So 80% of respondents felt that they are allowed to make the decisions within the scope of their authority. So their campus principal provides them the authority to be able to make decisions in the classroom, decisions with their students, decisions with their work. And then 47% agreed that they received recognition or praise in the last 2 weeks from a campus principal. You have to remember, too, that this is a snapshot in time, so at the time, they may have not been able to speak with their campus principal. There may have not been any recognition or praise given directly. And you may have employees on your campuses that maybe don't work directly with the campus principal. Maybe they're working with an assistant principal or someone as their supervisor. In this particular area, we did see a decrease in a couple of areas. So there was a decrease of 6 points in the recognition from campus principal in the last 2 weeks, and I just addressed that. And then there was a 10-point decrease in discussed progress during the school year. But again, the employee may not have the campus principal as an appraiser or a supervisor, and they may have interpreted that question that way. However, this could be an area for goal setting if we want to think about the employee experience and having feedback, recognition, and having conversations about progress. That's very important to employees. And so this might be something to address in your campuses. So moving to the relationship with director and supervisor, 82% of participants agree that they are allowed to make decisions within the scope of authority. So there is quite a bit of trust from supervisors in the district with their employees. 54% received recognition or praise in the last 2 weeks from their director or supervisor. So again, it may just be that we want to focus in on what are we doing to be able to recognize and praise employees, giving feedback, having those conversations. There was a 4-point decrease in talking about the progress. So you can see that there was some decrease here and there was some fluctuation. So again, when the survey was given, it is kind of late in the first semester. Things are kind of crazy in a school district, and so it just may not be a great time to where there is this interaction between supervisors and principals and employees. But again, if we bring it back to the employee experience, we want to make sure that our employees are receiving adequate feedback. Relationship with the superintendent. So 75% of participants believe that the superintendent cares about students. And then 45% agreed that they can talk with the superintendent about concerns or questions. While this might look like something that's really low, you have to remember in a large district like Judson ISD, there are lots of layers before you get to the superintendent, and that is very typical. So it's not that employees don't have an opportunity to express concerns. It's just they may not be able to directly talk to the superintendent. He's one guy, and there's lots of people in the district. What was great about this area is that we had very large increases for all topics. And so of all the respondents, so the 1,751, they agreed that the superintendent cares about students, that he holds employees to high expectations, and that he is visible on campuses and at district events. And that's what we would like to see, with our leaders in our schools. Moving on to district cabinet. So this would be like your top leaders at central office. So of the participants, 56% agreed that the district leadership team acts in the best interest of the students, and 48% believe that district leaders value employees. And so we did have a little bit of conversation, with the superintendent and his staff, and we talked about why this could have been a decrease or why this decrease happened. And there has been some change in leadership, change in programs, and at the time of the particular, survey, it really is dependent on the employee experience. So if they're feeling pressure about accountability, or maybe if there's new curriculum in place, or, we all know that we have testing and all of those type of pressures, then, our employees may feel that that is a top-down kind of pressure, but that doesn't mean that district cabinet isn't doing what they need to do necessarily. We have to remember, too, that employees perceive what is happening with leadership differently than we do as district leadership. All right, Board of Trustees. So 53% of participants believe that trustees act in the best interests of students, and 43% agree that trustees are honest and trustworthy, as well as that trustees value Judson employees, Judson ISD employees. And so in this particular area, there were a few questions to where we had a new question, and it was something that the district wanted to use. And so this was one of those areas to where it was a new question this year. And so this is, the data that brought in from participants. Compensation and benefits. So 77% agreed that the benefits department provides appropriate assistance to employees. And where you don't see here is that the majority of the participants believe that they can ask questions about benefits and that they can get the information that they need, which is really important. 37%, though, agreed that pay is fair for the work, but this is a very common response that we're seeing in districts across the state. We all know that teacher pay and employee pay in education is a struggle right now. And so while employees said, well, I don't know that pay is necessarily fair for the work, there was an increase that they do believe that the pay that they're getting is more competitive with surrounding districts. So, the efforts that the board and administration has done for pay has obviously seen some positivity. But again, you have to remember too, and I do compensation in with a different hat underneath my job, but you can't control everything with compensation right now, right? And so we know that, but we also have to remember that compensation and benefits are very, very important to the employee experience. And while it might not be number one why somebody would leave or want to exit an organization, it is definitely up there. And so it's something that we just have to consider. And so typically whenever we're thinking about compensation and the questions that we ask, it is talking about like their pay, but that also may be any incentives that you may be offering as a district. All right, district communications. So 84% agreed that district shares important news. Obviously, you have great things that are happening in your district. We got to see that tonight. And 57% agreed that employees have a way to express concerns. So again, the important part here is just making sure that employees do have a way to be able to share their concerns and have someone act on it. And then the other part where there was a pretty remarkable decrease was in recognition. And so overall, participants believe that, there may not be enough recognition of accomplishments throughout the district of employees. So again, maybe that's true or maybe it's not, but that's how respondents felt at the time. You got to remember too that we were moving towards the end of the first semester and everybody's very tired. But it just, again, may be an area that would be for goal setting and a focus. So campus environment, these questions were given to teachers as well as your instructional, paraprofessional, and professional support on campuses. So for those respondents, so you're not going to have as many respondents for these, 81% believes that their principal treats them with respect, and 62% are, believe that they are proud of the performance of their campus. So, those are both positive responses. The one thing, even though this is a positive response, this is a good example, there was a decrease overall. But you have to understand, too, that being proud of campus performance can be a lot of different factors. It could be accountability, it could be, sports, it could be all different kinds of things. So again, it would be an area that if you're concerned about it, you could investigate further. Curriculum and instruction, which we kind of talked about in the last agenda item. So 78% of respondents have the opportunity, they agree that they have the opportunity to collaborate with colleagues. Just from survey results, it seems like there's PLCs, there's opportunity to where they can do a lot of collaborative planning. And then this, I think, was a topic where there was concern. 37% of respondents were satisfied with resources for teachers with special populations. So again, you're talking about less than half of the district participated in the survey, and this is how they agreed, so it could be a concern or it may not be. And you have to remember, too, of who would be the respondent here. So you are only looking at teachers and instructional paras and professional support. So again, special education and working with students with special needs is a challenge, and so that could be reflective of what they're saying here. And so we did have 11-point decrease, but again, if there was change in program, change in possible, accountability, and there is, then this is just an area to where there could be possible investigation. And then student discipline, again, those questions were only given to your teachers and your instructional support people. 61% agreed that the principal provides leadership and behavioral standards, and 46% agreed that the code of conduct is consistently and fairly enforced on their particular campus. So at this time, there was a 4-point increase in all of these items, so that is positive. Anything in student discipline support that's increasing is great. So we're going to move quickly into department response summaries. So again, the district asked for additional questions. This is something that they've done in the past years. There were a few departments to where we revised some questions so we could get better data for customer service and how those departments are serving the district. So for central office, 93% of respondents agreed that staff is courteous and respectful. 77% agreed that policies, forms, and information is easily accessible. So for anybody that's looking for central office type things, they're able to find what they need. Maintenance was positive. Again, 94% agreed that the staff is courteous and respectful. 74% that they can find the information, the policies, the forms that they need. Human Resources Department, 92% agree that staff is courteous and respectful, and then 78% agreed that they could find what they needed from the Human Resources Department. Athletics, we kind of switched up the questions a little bit this year. In prior years, we had a very lengthy section for athletics, but we actually revised to shorten it a little bit and to align it with our other department responses. So 94% agreed that athletic staff is courteous and respectful, and 84% agreed that they can find what they need. Curriculum and instruction, and this is just as the department, 88% agree that staff is courteous and respectful. 72% agree that their training and professional development is timely and appropriate for the teaching assignment. Technology department, 94% agree that they have access to reliable communication tools, so that would be email, any kind of digital tools, things like that. 77% agree that maintenance and repairs are prompt and effective for technology. Special education department, 83% responded that they agreed that they knew who to ask for help in special education, and 65% agreed that the training and professional development is timely and appropriate for their teaching assignment. Bilingual ESL, 94%, the staff is knowledgeable and helpful, they agreed. And then 71% agreed that training, professional development is timely and appropriate for their teaching assignment. Guidance and counseling, 88% agreed that the staff is knowledgeable and helpful. 78% agreed that they could find the information easily. Transportation, 87% said that staff is courteous and respectful. 52% the transportation registration process is efficient and easy to navigate. In the transportation section, we did see some variation with scores. So there was an increase that regular bus routes run on schedule, but there was a decrease where there are buses available when needed for field trips. And a lot of that could be because of staffing, it could be because of just availability for different schedules, things like that. Overall, though, transportation had some increases, but they also had some decreases. But my understanding is the district has been working hard with that department. And so we did see where there was some positive increase in certain areas. Child nutrition, 95% agreed that they knew who to ask for help in the department, and 73% agreed that there is adequate food selections that are appealing and nutritious, and there was an increase there. And all items actually for child nutrition increased by 8 points. So child nutrition, definitely a shout out there. We saw a lot of positive response for all statements. And we can see here too that being able to get the information that you need in child nutrition, which can be very, very helpful, especially for campus personnel, and then 10 points for they know who to ask for help. So we saw a lot of positive increase for child nutrition. So the last part, all participants had the opportunity to be able to provide comments if they chose. They basically were given 300 characters, so it's not like they could write a dissertation. So 906 people out of the 1751 provided some type of comment. It was either an accolade, a concern, or a suggestion, or maybe one or two, or all three. And that was about 52% of participants. There were 488 accolades, 727 concerns, and 88 suggestions. So what do you do next? Dig deeper, and I gave you some ideas for areas that might need more information dig. I've also talked at length with Dr. Fields, his administration, about areas that they could certainly look at. Connect to your current goals, look at new goals possibly, and then obviously just, with goal setting, we always want to check back. Okay, fast and furious.
So I'm going to start on this end, because you're still, looks like you're still making notes. Ms. Eaton, did you have any questions that you'd like to ask?
Not right now.
Okay. Mr. Salinas, did you have any questions?
Is the survey given every year?
So Judson ISD has given it for the past, it's been about 5 years, I believe. And so it has been given every year for several years.
It would be great if we could get more employees to do the survey. Because right now, was it what, 52% of the employees or something like that?
49.
Oh,
Mhm.
49.
Mhm.
So I don't know, maybe suggestions as to how the district could get more employees to do the survey. I don't know whether they had enough time or maybe they were not interested because maybe they thought that their information would be revealed as to how they voted. But you're telling us that that's pretty confidential, that you all take care of all of that, that should not be the problem.
Right,
So-
and just so you know for methodology, so we did a total of 3 weeks. But typically what we do is we start with 2 weeks, and it is given confidential, they get their own personal link, basically. And they're also given like an introduction email that talks to them about confidentiality, that HR Services is basically administering this, that staff does not have any touch on it, basically. They're also given a reminder every week. So anybody that hasn't done the actual survey does receive a reminder. And then when we extend it, we actually give a couple more reminders. So we try to, push them as much as possible. So it could be that people are just not interested. They maybe, even though we try to assure them for confidentiality, they don't believe that. It could be time. I mean, just being a former administrator, lots of people get busy, and even with 3 weeks' time, they just don't get things done. So, I mean, I don't disagree with you. But trying to really encourage, right? The other part too could just be that, by having the district assure that they're working on the concerns and the things that are given in the survey, which I believe that administration has a plan to do that. So that may help increase participation over the next year or two. Also, if we continue this process, if they see that, okay, district listened to us, they address some of the things that we were saying.
That would be nice if we can get more employees involved. Thank you so much.
Of course, thank you.
Mr. Macias, did you have questions?
Yes, ma'am. Just so I'm understanding, you had mentioned in the beginning of the discussion that there was additional information you sent that I think you said it could be connecting the dots to who did the survey. I wanted to make sure I understood.
So it doesn't connect the dots.
It doesn't.
Mhm.
So right now, the report is pretty confidential.
It is confidential. I cannot tell you one person that completed the survey.
And that's with the additional information that was provided as well to the board? And obviously, I've been here long enough, there was a 2010 survey where the information was released en masse to everyone, and it could connect the dots. And so that may have, might be why we didn't have 100% participation. Who knows, right? But we certainly, as Mr. Salinas said, we need to do that. The other thing I'd like the community to be aware of is that we don't know what the other 52% of the employees felt. Either apathy or they were happy. So I look at other factors like retention, and our employee retention rate has been strong now, and so that says something. And the other thing that I would like my colleagues to just keep in mind too is that this is one stakeholder group that evaluates the board, because the board satisfaction rate was not 100%, right? So, but again, we have to answer to community members, and we're elected into these positions. So there's multiple perspective, right, on if we're doing our job. And ultimately, winning elections is affirmation that there's enough people that think you're doing a good job. But I just wanted to put that out because it's only the employees. And the question that didn't come up in here, but I'm wondering if we asked, how many of our employees, because we've asked this in the past, live in the district? And that's something that I've always tell my colleagues too. We are beholden to employees that live in the district, and we have to be responsive to them because that's our job. But in the past, we've been told, and this is in the past, I don't know now in 2025, that upwards to 50%, 52% of the employees live in the district. I don't know that to be factual now, but it is something that I would like to know. And just so for the record, when I remember the last survey in 2010, it did have a negative rating for the board, and that's because as employees, they don't come and talk to the board. There's always been this perception, don't talk to the board. So if we can't build a relationship with employees, of course they're going to think, they're not that good. But any other assessment in terms of what you've seen as practices to help boards build stronger relationships with employees?
Well, like I said, I guess reiterating when I was talking to Mr. Salinas, so I think really taking the information and, either asking staff to help do that deep dive, but setting goals of what that looks like. And that looks different for every board, every school district, right? And so I think by asking the question, which it's been a while since they've, the district has used the question for the Board of Trustees. So I think using that as a stepping off point and setting goals to be able to do that. In a large district, it is a little bit different, right? Because you have so many more employees. Having 3,600 plus employees, you can't necessarily reach everybody. But I think to your point, there are probably many employees that are just very happy and they're like, I don't need to do a survey. Like, there's nothing to say. So, you have to think of, there could be positive too. I'm always the Pollyanna, I'm sorry. So, it's easy to take survey data and to make it very negative or to take everything very negatively, but I would have not said that. I think there are areas of improvement, but we should always be working on continuous improvement in education, right? Or in an organization. And, you have to frame it from the employee experience. And so as long as you touch on those things that are making Judson ISD employees happy to be here, your retention rate is good, then obviously there are great things that are happening.
I would also say, in terms of that percentage, Mr. Macias, we can get that to you. Dr. Goss can calculate that for us.
Ms. Eaton, I saw you raise your hand, so let me get.
Oh, okay, yes. What I was wondering, for the survey, I know it was open for 3 weeks, right?
Well, so originally it was 2 weeks, but when we looked at participation at the end of the 2-week, we can choose to extend or not. And so I worked with district admin, and we decided to extend to give a few more days.
So they had 3 weeks. And was this a situation where it was at their leisure? In other words, they weren't obligated to do it like during the day when they would be around other employees if they wanted to keep what they were
Right.
saying and doing to themselves? So could they access it from home, perhaps?
Yes, so it is sent through their email, their district email, but that link, we use a web-based app is the best way to say it. So yes, they can. I don't know what the procedure looked like in the district on, did the campuses give time or what that looked like? Every district's very different, but the employee could have accessed it here or at home.
Okay. So, is that?
Yes, ma'am. So the link for the survey is unique to each individual. I guess every employee gets one through their email, and your email is accessible anywhere. Some people have it on their phone, some people have it, you can log in at home, you could log in wherever you are.
And they could start it and say if something happened, and could they pause it and
Yes, they
go
can go back
back
in.
and not have to, so it was easy to use,
Yes.
user-friendly.
It literally, you just click buttons and you're done in 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I would like to take it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll talk to you about that, okay? Thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Faulkner, did you have questions? Ms. Stanford?
One thing I'd like to know is if, Dr. Fields, if the district, if y'all plan to go through this and look at some of the areas to improve, such as recognizing employees' accomplishments, that kind of thing,
Already have.
and developed a plan of action?
I would tell you that definitely, we're developing a plan of action, and we have everybody trying to set goals in the areas that we feel like we can do better, but we feel like we can do better in all the areas. I would ask that even the board sit back and look at the results of this and see if we can cultivate a plan of action for ourselves, because the lowest area that we saw in this presentation was us.
Was what? Was the board?
The board. The board. So, I'm
And
sorry.
the cabinet?
And the cabinet, I think.
No, the board was lower. There's only one lowest, and that's the board.
Yeah, the board was the
So we all need to sit back and develop a plan of action, but definitely, as a cabinet, we sat and spoke about this for hours and went through it with a fine-tooth comb in an effort to come up with ways to improve. And there's some frustration there. We find ourselves just even the recognition part. I mean, I don't want to get into the specifics because I don't want to expose anybody, but I mean, everybody's working hard. Principals are working hard, directors are working hard, and the cabinet's working hard. And the teachers are working really hard.
Yeah.
So we realize that there's some areas that we can get better in. We're going to have to find time to get to those areas and not be so consumed with all of the things that we're responsible for. And we've got to get back in our effort to keep all the balls in the air. Some seem to have dropped. So we're going to have to focus on those that dropped and maybe not so much on the ones we were trying to keep in the air.
Oh, I would love to see that. Since y'all are working on it, is it something you can create, whatever plan and ideas you're coming up with, and bring it back? Is that something we can look at? I think that would signal to the employees that filled this out that we are listening to them and that we are attending to the requested needs for improvement.
I can tell you that this particular forward-facing document is on the website, so the employees can see where we could have done better, and they can use that as a template for understanding these are the areas we're working on, but a step-by-step of this is what we're going to do to try and improve in some areas. I don't want it to be manufactured or people think that it's just something we're doing to bring up the scores. It needs to be natural where people feel like we're attending to their concerns and their needs. But we don't need to create a list to say, these are all the things that we're going to do to make people feel recognized. We just need to go out and start recognizing people. We know that that's a concern because it's in the document. But I don't want to come up with a list of how we're going to go about getting that done. I just want to see and we collectively, I said I, it's not me. The cabinet is a reflection of all of us, and the leadership of the district is a reflection. There's no principal who saw this that feels comfortable with saying people don't feel like the principals are recognizing them enough. But when I sat and looked at this, I asked myself, how could a person feel that way? And then I thought, we're putting a lot of pressure on the principals to make things happen. And if they go back to the campuses and they're focusing on the pressure, or their departments, and they're focusing on the pressure of getting better in the areas that we've identified, maybe they're not taking the time to say, you know what? I appreciate you working 3 hours late every day this week. But we got to get back to that. And then I looked at the cabinet or myself. How have I perpetuated that? How do I start the leadership meetings with the principals? I can tell you how I started. By asking about, are there any concerns? Not turning around and saying, you know what, Terry Combs, you have hit the ball out of the park for years. And you just, now we say, hey, everybody clap for Hopkins. They're in the final 32 of the Reading Academy, but we really have to stop and celebrate that. And we've got to put it on the website. We got to get over there and take a picture with all those third graders. And to the cabinet, they literally went to the campus, all of us rotated through classes, read books to the third graders, and I'm sitting here thinking, I don't think I ever lifted my head to say thank you to the people who are sitting around the dais, who helped to increase those minutes because all of y'all read a book. So I don't want to make a list. I just want to make it happen.
Well, I just thought it'd be nice to see some kind of plan, but
I don't think we need to make a list. I just think that we need to observe all the things that we see and hear and go back and make this better.
I agree with the assessment not being acceptable for the board, but I do still also hear from people, teachers and employees in particular, that they're not encouraged to speak to the board. They are actually discouraged to speak to the board. I do still hear that actively. And at one time, when I first got on the board, that issue came up. And we were going to post the law that states that people should have free access to the board. We were going to post that in here. Could we still look to do that?
On the website.
It's on the website.
Could we have it
It's been-
posted in here?
I don't know how it would benefit anybody in here to be able to be told
Because-
in the boardroom, you can speak to a board member, because everybody in this room knows that they can speak to you guys.
I don't, do y'all?
I think they do. I think, as a matter of fact, I know they do because they talk to you guys.
Yes, they do.
I think the concern is, and I would hope that there's no director or principal in the room saying, don't go talk to a board member or cabinet member. I think the concern is, please don't talk to a board member about a concern that you wouldn't come to me. Because as soon as they tell you, what you're going to do is you're going to tell me. And guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to call them. And they're going to say, I didn't know. Had I known, I would have fixed it. And then they're going to go fix it. So all I ask, you bring up a good point, Ms. Stanford, because when I see in this document, I don't have access to talk to the superintendent, I'm thinking to myself, did I perpetuate that by asking people to use the chain of command? Mm-hmm. But even if I ask them to come to me, I'm still going to go back to the people that you see in the back of this room and ask them to go back and look into it. So I really don't want to usurp a person's ability to make the area better by people feeling free to just come to you guys or come to us and not express it to the people who are going to make the change. But trust me, I studied and labored over this.
Good.
And it hit hard. So we're gonna do what we can to make it better.
Okay, could the law that lets employees know they can speak to us, it used to at one time be posted in the teacher workrooms? Could it be posted there again? Because I heard that it's not anymore.
Again, it can be posted in the teacher workrooms. We can, yes, ma'am.
Just
I
to
was going to
encourage-
say
just
something
to-
really
so
inappropriate,
just-
but yes, we could.
To put out there that you're not discouraged.
We're not discouraging them, but what I'm saying is, all they're going to do is express a concern to the board. The board's going to express the concern to me, and then I'm going to express the concern to the principal. I would ask any employee, feel free to talk to, you are a grown adult. You are free to talk to whomever you would like. We would never push back on that. But what I am saying is that if you have a concern in the district, let's try and start at the lowest level on trying to get that corrected. Not pick up the phone and call the board, not even call the superintendent. Let's try at the lowest level. If we're talking about food, call the director of child nutrition. If we're talking about something on your campus, let the principal know. If we're talking about maintenance, call Mr. Ramirez. But to say you need to contact the board because that's the only way to get things done,
Yeah.
that's disingenuous to all the people that you see sitting in the room. That's all I'm saying.
Right, not the only avenue, but just
Everyone
an
should feel
open avenue.
comfortable talking to the board, and we can post it wherever you'd like. But I'm telling you, if you want to get things done, start at the lowest level. Talk to the people in
Sure.
charge. Yes, ma'am.
And lastly, you said already that it's been posted already on this whole
It's been on the
report's
website for
posted.
years, correct?
No, this report.
Oh, this report? No,
Right.
not well, this is the
survey.
PowerPoint, the
It-
PowerPoint,
Oh,
her presentation,
Not the full document.
but not the full document.
and we're not going to post the full
No, ma'am.
document?
No.
No. Because there may be some there may be some statements in here, there may be ways for people can glean who said what.
I
And now
thought we
I
said
can.
that wasn't true.
No, the final report is different than the presentation. The presentation is high level. It was a board agenda item, so it is on, I looked up to make sure I was on there.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So the presentation, but when it comes to the full report, that is provided for district administration, the superintendent. The superintendent is provided the full report. He can choose to share that with his cabinet, with the board if he chooses. Also, he has provided additional information for the survey process.
And I've already shared it with the board. I just didn't want to put this as a forward-facing document
And
on the
it
website.
is not recommended to do so.
Thank you so much, Ms.
Oh, so
Barton.
TASB doesn't even recommend that this is shared with the public, the entire report shared
That's
with
what
the
she
public?
is.
For a survey report, those details are designed for the superintendent.
And just to reiterate, Ms. Stanford, my apologies, but that's what I was asking. Was the report in its entirety not to be shared, not just the presentation one?
It is a choice by the
Well,
superintendent.
and the reason why I wanted to say that, and again, forgive me, Ms. Stanford, for interrupting, is that we as a board need to be very sensitive about who we allow to see this report, because that it can be connected. And that's what I said, in 2010, the administration back then released it all. And it connected the dots, and it really eroded trust. That's why I'm telling anybody, we do not release that report.
And I will say, since 2010, because we have worked with Judson in the past few years, that we have changed our processes, that all of this information is confidential. And it's not to say that it isn't confidential if you put that report out there. That's not what we're saying. But what we're saying is that information is designed for the superintendent to use. It is not designed for the public to use or to have, because there's a lot of interpretation. It is made for action planning, and it is made for the district. So that is why we provide a high-level overview. And we would do the same recommendation for a staffing report, for a compensation report, that it is on the onus of the superintendent for what he feels comfortable with.
Okay, but you're saying posting the whole thing could lead people to find out who said what?
I can help
We
with that.
just don't
answer.
say that because I don't know that that's true. All of our process is confidential.
I would say this, I wouldn't want, again, when it comes to the written statement sometimes, people with something burning on their heart who have something to say are often the ones who write stuff down. And I don't want someone who was caught up in the moment, who wrote something down damaging, then for that to get out is some type of feeling of 4,000 people when it was one person on a bad day.
And
We have the forward-facing document that speaks to an overall high-level picture of everything that went on in this report. We don't need for them to now see, this is what four people said about the principle of whoever.
And I do want to clarify, if you don't mind.
Yes, ma'am, please.
So that report that is provided to the superintendent does not include any comments from employees. And so I want to make
That's
sure.
what I'm saying. I'm looking at this document, and there's no comments in here. It's literally just the 3-year trends versus the 2-year
Correct.
trends. That's what I'm trying to figure out, what in this document is not exactly the same essential data that's in here. Because in the past, we have gotten the comments, and I would like that report too. But
So we do
the
not provide, I'm going to say that right now on record, that we do not provide comments to anyone, to the superintendent. That is the process, and that's in the agreement.
Thank you.
Oh, I have the 2023 report, and you had them in there that year.
There
last
were
year.
not comments in there.
Okay.
If there were, then that's a different process at that time, but I am the lead consultant, and that will not happen for this project.
Thank you. But I would say some of your
So I would say,
explanations.
let me
of-
clarify.
Yes, ma'am.
There are no employee comments in the report.
Yes, ma'am.
There is nothing in the report that would denote anything that a single employee said or would identify a single campus, identify a single department, identify a single leader. There is nothing in that final report that is provided to the superintendent. The purpose of that report is for administrative planning to be able to work on employee engagement in the district. It is not meant for putting it out there to everyone in the community, because there could be a lot of different interpretation. And what the district plans to do with that document may look totally different than what someone may want the superintendent to do. So the superintendent has the decision-making on what he wants to provide, and that is part of this process. But the goal of an engagement survey is to keep employee data confidential, and we go through all the steps to do that. And we have had plenty of boards, plenty of superintendents ask for comments. We do not give comments to school districts.
Thank you.
Anymore, right? That's a new
No,
policy.
we do not.
Okay, ma'am, I have it sitting right here from 2023.
I was not the consultant in
And-
2023.
I know, that's why I'm asking if it's a new policy under you to not give it, because this
No, that
was
is-
a year and a half ago, it was given to this board.
So I'm not going to disagree with you about 2023. What I'm
Okay,
going to
okay,
tell you,
okay.
as of
New policy.
2024-25, we do not provide comments. That has been our process in the past.
Okay,
So I
new
cannot
policy.
speak to that analyst at that time.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, I'm
Laura.
done. I'm done. No, you're fine.
It's Mr. Ryan's turn.
Thank you.
Ms. Faulkner, I know you had a comment you wanted to jump in.
Just, I wrote it down, but I want to hear it again. The goal of the engagement, of this engagement survey is, can you fill in the blank for it?
What's the purpose?
What's the purpose of the survey?
To frame the employee experience in the district.
For planning purposes, for
For
the
planning
superintendent,
purposes.
for engagement.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Ryan?
I guess some of the comments have been hard to hear because there's, an entire room full of people with masters and doctorates who know that a 50% sitting in this room, they know a 50% sample size has more statistical significance than anything else. So to have the opinions of over half of our employees, anybody else doing research anywhere else would put a high level of trust in a sample size that large in our district. Also, if I owned a restaurant in the Forum and 51% or 50.00% of my customers were happy, I wouldn't call that favorable and I wouldn't call that success if 49% of my customers were walking out unhappy. So to say that as long as 50.1% are answering a question favorably, then we're doing a great job and turn it green. I didn't come here to be mediocre and 50%. I really hope that that's not the standard that Judson wants to be. So there was a challenge with turnout because we have to remember that we forgot to do the survey in spring, right? We have done this every April and May, and we do it at that specific time for a reason, right? Because people have been here all year, right? We take somebody who started in August, let them be all the way through the school year in May. And so to push this to October and November, when people are right in the middle of heat of teaching, that unfortunately I think is going to affect the turnout, right? Because people are right in the middle of high season. It's easy to do it in May. Star testing's done. People got a little more free time. Turn on a movie for 10 minutes. You're fine. And it's much less stressful once we get past star season, which is why we had always done it that way. And it makes it easier for us, too, because if you are looking at a snapshot in time at the exact same time of the same population of people, that you can start drawing those 5-year lines of what has been going on. Because doing it in fall, people are a lot happier in fall, right? Some people only been working here 2 months, they're happy, type thing. So, and so it was kind of weird. I actually expected the results to be higher than they were because of doing it in October and November. But looking at 3 years, 3 years of data, it doesn't look that way. I'm super happy that the compensation scores were up because there's some of us on this board that went out on a ledge, and we've gotten a lot of flack about going for higher teacher raises, doing 4.5%, trying to do incentives, and that hasn't been looked at favorably by everyone. But I like when the data shows that those efforts, that our staff has seen, some of those efforts. But the problem is looking at pretty much every other category, looking across, again, 3 years of data going back to spring of 2022. I mean, pretty much almost every category is down from 2022, nearly every category.
And there were I'm sorry, go ahead.
There were categories that are 20 to 35 points lower than they were in 2022. And so that is very concerning to me because I'm looking for upward trend lines, right? I'm looking that we're getting, whether it's scores, whether it's finances, employment surveys, whatever it is, we all want upward trending positive lines. So when you see drops of 20 and 34 over just a 2-year time frame, that's really concerning. I don't remember the board asking for questions about us to be on the survey. If I missed a vote on that, I apologize. But I'll say I'm not shocked by it. So I love when data maybe confirms what the public has been seeing, but I think the fact that there's 6 new names on the ballot, that I think that's going to say a lot about what the community is seeing. Like Ms. Stanford had said, we have a history in Judson of doing audits and surveys, then we stick them in a desk drawer and they never get seen again. And I disagree that there is no action plan other than, dig deeper. We'll wait and see and we'll work harder. If it's written down and it's in an action plan, it gets accomplished and it gets measured. There has to be actionable things that the organization as a whole does to address this. And we have to show our employees what we're doing. Ms. Stanford has put employee satisfaction on the agenda. I've lost track of how many times, right? 8 or 9 times in the last 20 months. And the question she is always asking, what are the actionable things we are doing? And then what's Mr. Macias's phrase, what's the return on investment, right? Like, if we're gonna hand out coffee on Fridays, do people like that? Are we going to give out more certificates to people like that? Like, what are we doing, and is that making a difference? So if there is no action plan tied to this, and we are not then measuring the results of that action plan, and we're not taking this survey again in spring like it should be administered in spring, then I guess it's going to be like every other document we get that gets thrown in a desk drawer, and then employees won't want to take it again because we're not going to show them that we are actually going to listen to what you have to say, and we're going to take positive action. Because we may not know we're screwing something up. I mean the collective, we might not know that you don't feel listened to about special education materials. But now we know, and here's what we're going to do, and here's how we're going to fix it. So I would hope this board or the board that's here after May will really want some action taken on this that we can demonstrate to teachers and our entire staff.
Dr. Fields, can I address some of the things? I wrote down a few notes.
Yes, ma'am,
just
please.
To respond. I am looking at the 2023 survey, and there are themes and topics, just like you provided in this survey. So it's not actually every employee comment. It is a count of different complaints, different accolades, and then also suggestions. So similar to what you provided here, I do not see specific employee comments on the 2023 survey. We don't do the survey in May, but we do typically do it in the spring. It's done in March, and I have an email that says from our consultant, it looks like you launched this in March, so we don't do it in May after STAR. We typically do it in the spring, and we did not do it in the spring last year, but we were still able to get comparable data from year to year, which is important to us. I don't think that we don't have an action plan per se, but we do have some specific topics and questions in this survey that are connected to our scorecard. I believe there's probably about 8 that are specifically connected to the scorecard. So while we may not have an additional action plan, Ms. Stanford, like you were saying you would like to see, we are going to be tracking progress on our scorecard based on the specific questions in this survey that we already have some data for. And so in those columns that you all don't approve, that we are trying to put some action steps and observable measures, we will be looking at that internally to ensure that we meet those goals on our scorecard based on survey data that we are getting from this survey. I know, Ms. Stanford, you've put employee satisfaction on the agenda a lot of times. We've created some teacher task forces. The participation rates, I've done several surveys just internally, and I always get concerned because staff may be afraid because of confidentiality and things like that. But I can tell you that some of the participation rates of the surveys that I've given to staff align with the participation rates of this TASB survey. So there are some things that I think we need to consider when we're looking at survey data. When we talked about this survey as a cabinet and we looked to see that we had some decreases, of course, we're not satisfied with that. Of course, we're not wanting it to just be a green percentage. We talked about why would the perception be that we are A, B, and C, just like the survey said. And we weren't happy about that. We weren't satisfied with that. We were not thinking, yep, this is what we're going to be. We talked about the majority of people that responded that were teachers. Teachers don't typically have direct contact with cabinet members. And so how can we as a cabinet make more connection with our teachers? Those are the type of conversations we had. We talked about some action steps of how that can be done. And so I don't want anyone to think that we are not taking it seriously. Survey data like this can hit somebody really hard, and you can take it personally. But you also have to remember that it is a point in time. It is information from not everybody. And yes, you take it seriously. Yes, you prioritize and make a plan, and you take action. You talk to our principals and departments about their survey data, but you don't make it about all of the negative things and then ask questions like, are you just satisfied with that? You use it as a tool for growth. You use it as a tool for improvement, and you understand that it is a piece of data. Now, if there are other things, like we're getting all these reports of a specific department or something, or our campus that align with the data and it's starting to trend down, then that's a different conversation. But I think that all the data that is in here, there's always opportunities to improve. And so while we're looking at this and we're trying to pick apart what are the priorities that we're going to focus on and what are the priorities that are listed in the scorecard, I think we do have a plan. And I think that we do have actionable items that we will be able to measure, and we will continue to do surveys. We do internal surveys. We have task forces. We have groups of people that come in. We have ways to get data. And are we super happy with this data? I mean, no, but there are some improvements that we can celebrate. One in particular, you know.
You don't have to go through, because I'm going to do that.
I know.
I know.
Child nutrition, they had great increases.
All of the departments, central office staff, all of them. We just gave accolades for compensation and benefits, and most of the departments, if not all, outscored that category across the board. So to anybody sitting here who heard this isn't good enough, I apologize. I'm not saying it's not the best we can do, but it's not bad. We can get better, we can always get better, but please don't walk out of here thinking this is less than satisfactory and we should be better. It's disappointing. I'm done.
Just to connect our engagement with staff and our engagement with students, we do have students provide feedback too. And so I just wanted to just very quickly reiterate that child nutrition comes to those meetings and speaks to our students. And so we are engaging and listening to feedback. And we may not be able to solve all of the problems all at once, but it is important to us to understand the experience and to make changes towards making better decisions, better processes. We're looking at that every single day.
And one more thing, Ms. Barton, thank you for all of the hard work that you put into this document. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And for coming here to do the presentation
I'm
yourself.
always happy to come support, and it was a joy to see all of your students recognized. That's the best part of my job, when I get to come to
Yes,
school
ma'am.
districts. Absolutely. So are you done with me?
No, I still have a couple things to say.
Okay.
Everybody gets to go before me, and I get to wrap it all
No,
up.
you're fine.
I do want to thank you. I also want to thank everybody in this room, because I know that every single one of you is working your tail off to make your students, to make your staff, to make your department, to make the people you oversee the best it can be. This is information that we take and look at, are there major trends that need more looking at? And every department, every principal, every supervisor is going to be looking at their data, and they're going to say, okay, maybe I need to work harder on this. That doesn't mean that there's necessarily a formal action plan, but it is something that they will take to heart, just like teachers do when they analyze the data, their academic data in their classroom. Okay, my kids aren't getting this, so I got to move forward and reteach this in a different way. So that's what's really happening with this information. But I agree that this isn't out there for the public. This is internal data. This is internal information that's going to drive how we move forward as a district. So it shouldn't be out there. The overview, absolutely, because we do have areas that we need to improve on, but we also have amazing things that are happening that we need to celebrate, and we celebrate many of those every day. And I want to applaud the people who really, the departments and the areas that really look good tonight. That's great. Yeah, let's work on the stuff that's not so great. We can get there. I know we can. But thank you all, everybody, from the bottom of my heart, and even the ones listening on the inner tubes out there. Thank you all. I appreciate you all. Thank you. Look, I turned it off like it's like I'm all done and I'm still got to move on with the meeting. Thank you. I think that's it. Thank you so much. Next is our Judson Education Foundation 2024 State of the Foundation.
Good evening, everyone. As Ms. Holmes passes out our pretty pamphlet for the State of the Foundation, I just wanted to let you guys know, you guys do have our full report in your books. There is one edit that I did want to let you guys know. In our annual events and campaigns for 2024, in our golf tournament, as much as we would love to say that we brought in that much income, that was a error on our bookkeeping part. Our income from our golf tournament for 2024 was $85,264, expense of $19,053, and a profit of $66,264. So if that was a change in a line item, I just want to let you guys know that. It does reflect correctly in this beautiful video that Mr. Tejeda from the Communications Department has created. I'm going to show it to you guys right now. The
Judson Education Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit organization that seeks financial support from the community and corporate donors to provide and sustain district-wide opportunities for educational excellence in Judson ISD. Jeff was proudly able to support 22 student scholarships totaling $41,575. They awarded 25 teacher grants for innovative learning totaling $87,507. This included a $25,000 Silver Grant Award to celebrate 25 years of giving. In 2024, Jeff celebrated 25 years of fundraising to subsidize innovative teacher grants and student scholarships. Here's some of the highlights over the last year. Whether it's time, money, or in-kind gifts, the heart of our foundation beats because of the generosity of our community and corporate partners. We're grateful for every supporter, but today we're giving a special shout out to our top 10 corporate sponsors for 2024. Because of you, the Judson Education Foundation can spark curiosity, fuel dreams, and open doors to excellence for every student in Judson ISD. Your support doesn't just make a difference. It creates opportunities, empowers educators, and shapes the future. Thank you for investing in our students. Judson ISD, one home, one family.
Wow.
Nice.
Excellent job.
Yes. Thank you. So thank you, board members, cabinet members, district staff, everyone for always supporting the Education Foundation. We are here to support students and our teachers here at Judson ISD. Our annual fiscal year does go January through December, so that's why I'm here to give you our numbers for 2024. We did just have our largest event last month, which was a huge success. So we'll bring you those exact numbers in our second quarter report when we bring that to you. But if there's any questions, I'm always here, not just tonight, but always available, as well as our board members. We are growing rapidly, doing some innovative projects as well as for the district that we are proud to support, like our Attendance Matters campaigns for our students and teachers, our SPED programs, and our Paris to Teachers scholarships as well. So thank you guys so much. And if you have any questions, just let me know.
Any questions? Thank you, Ms. Greathouse. You do an amazing job leading the
Thank you,
foundation.
Lexi.
Thank you.
Next up is intruder detection audits, and I can tell you we had 3 elementary schools that had inspections this month, and no findings.
Great. That's fabulous. All right, next we move on to our consideration of consent items. Please note that we have pulled item 5I. So if you were wanting to discuss that, it won't be on this agenda. I will start down here. Ms. Ryan, were there items you needed to pull?
Yes, ma'am. F as in Foxtrot, H as in Hotel, J as in Juliet, S as in Sierra.
That is F, H, J, and S. Ms. Stanford?
No.
Ms. Faulkner?
No.
Mr. Macias?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Salinas?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Eaton?
No, ma'am.
I didn't have anything to pull either. So we will be voting then to approve items A, B, C, D, E, G, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, and T. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve those hereby mentioned consent items.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Macias, a second by Mr. Salinas. And let me get us to the voting. Go ahead, please. Motion passes 7-0. Going back to item 5F, consider and take action regarding approving the certificate of substantial completion, supporting the progress and completion of Candlewood Elementary School Phase 2 interior renovations in Bond 2016. Ms. Ryan, you pulled this.
Yes, we had discussion at Bond Oversight yesterday morning, committee meeting. I'm not sure if we've gotten any resolution on that. My concern with approving this certificate is it may not be in compliance with Texas educational specs or Texas accessibility standards. As we discussed yesterday, sinks and toilets for 3- and 4-year-olds are required to be at a certain height. The toilets are up at 16 inches, and they can only be at 11 to 12 for 3-year-olds in education. The sinks are up at 34 inches in height and another 20-inch reach. In order to turn the sink on, that is out of compliance. Were you able to get any resolution on that? I'm not sure where the error happened in terms of whether that was architecture design or the installation or somebody ordered the wrong cabinet. You know, it happens sometimes. But because those bathrooms are servicing specifically pre-K 3 and 4-year-olds, what is the way ahead to get us in compliance with the laws related to that?
I would say that I've been in charge of facilities for a long time, but this is the first I'm hearing that we're not in compliance, so I'll bring up the subject matter experts to speak to whether Judson's in compliance or not.
So this particular issue was brought to our attention yesterday. We have not done our due diligence. Again, it's been a very busy day and past 2 days. But we intend to go back and
I think the
verify
question was, are we in compliance?
Well,
we don't know whether we're in compliance or not with the renovations that we put over at the campus?
It's not.
May I answer?
Yes.
So at this point, yes, we have submitted the drawings prior to the point where they go out to bidding. They get submitted to the TDLR for their preliminary ADA review. So at this point, yes, you brought up some issues yesterday that we're going to try to go by and look at. We did go by today. Unfortunately, there was a little one that was having a really bad day, and I didn't want to contribute, so I didn't go in. So, but we will look into that matter. At this point, I understand your concern, and
I want to ask a quick question, and I'm not trying to come down on you guys. When you went into the classroom to do the renovations, did we increase the height of the cabinets that were there previously?
No, sir, we did not. It was a like for like.
It was a like for like.
That is correct.
So it's not like we came into the room and said, we're going to make these cabinets higher.
Correct.
So that's the way they were before.
That is correct,
What
sir.
we have to go back and determine, and I'm not, again, the architect, but oftentimes when you make a change, you have to comply with the new standards, to Ms. Ryan's point, that are obligated to that particular area.
Correct.
So that's what we're saying. We need to check in and see if we fall under that category, or if, because this renovation wasn't big enough, you can do a like-for-like exchange, correct?
Correct.
But to give the impression or to be out there that we kind of put ourselves in non-compliance is kind of disingenuous. All we did was go in and take a cabinet that was old and put in a new one, just like the one that was old, correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. So we will look into that, Ms.?
Well, yes, and the toilets too. The toilets were taken off the wall and everything was tiled, right? And then people put on new toilets, except they didn't put them at the right height. So I just want to make sure that we are within
They put them at the height that the toilets were before. So what we have to do now is determine whether or not we have to come down, on those heights.
Okay.
But we didn't go in and move the toilets up higher, correct?
No, sir.
Yeah, again, this is just a safety concern in terms of watching a 3-year-old dangling where it's 34 up and 20 in, and a 3-year-old is about yay high on a bench. Like that is a child trying to get off of that thing and hitting their head and stuff like that. So it's not just, code compliance type things and Texas compliance. It's also just making sure that those kids are safe every day. And if someone did not comply with what the requirements are, I'd like to be really sure of that before we sign a certificate or approve a certificate of completion, if it's not completed to code, because we kind of rely on our architects and our construction companies to know the code. We don't have to know the code. I just happen to have friends and looked it up for me today. So now I know it's 11 to 12 inches. But they should already know that, right? So I prefer to not declare this thing complete if they knew the code and just in case we're not in it. So I recommend that we table this till next month until we can get some confirmation that we are actually, that the the architects and construction company did do this in accordance with everything that they're required to do.
I don't have a problem tabling it if the board collectively feels that way. I would say this: what we contracted the company to do was to come in and do like-for-like exchanges, and they did that, correct?
That is correct.
We did not give them a mandate to change the heights or make it different. I would ask that we expeditiously, though, if we don't move forward on this, get that done, because we are in a time frame from when they establish, they feel like they're ready for substantial completion for when we have to pay them out, correct?
That is correct.
Let's
We
not
have a
miss that
meeting next
window.
Wednesday, so
Let's not miss that window.
do you think you can
So,
figure it out by next Wednesday? Because we have a meeting next Wednesday. You could throw this on as a,
Again, I have no
Thing.
problem
I
if the
don't know if
board
that gives them enough time.
collectively does not want to move forward on this. We can hold it, but I want to be clear that what we hired the company for, you guys could correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, y'all are the subject matter experts in this area.
Correct,
But
sir.
we hired them to do a like for like, and that's what they did.
well, no, but there is a portion of every single contract that says the contractor is required to stay within the code when we are working within city limits, and they have to stay within the code. So that's incumbent on the contractor to know what the code is.
Again.
Or architect. They'll work together on that thing. So again, when you change out plumbing, you don't have to know the
I
plumbing
would like
code.
for the
plumber
subject
has to
matter
know it.
experts, I mean, did we hire them to do like for like, or did we hire them to change it?
Yes, sir. No. We'll try to do our best to try to get all the information. We will follow up with the architects as well, not just the contractor, because keep in mind that this was designed by the architects. So at this point, we'll follow up. We'll get back with the administration, and that way we can go forward.
I just don't want the impression out there to be that something was done wrong when we hired an architectural team to do a design, and then we hired a contractor to come in and perform that design, and then to say that they designed it wrong and then we built it wrong, that in some way, you know what I mean?
That is correct.
And if they've already done the work, and they're saying that they're ready to be compensated for the work that they've done, make that quick.
Yes,
Let's get it on, if we move this down, I'd like to get it on the next agenda, if you guys don't mind. All right?
Ms. Stanford?
If there's any question that we are perhaps not at the height we're supposed to be, I think it's proper for us to wait to get confirmation that we're getting that corrected as before approving a certificate of completion. So,
Mr. Macias?
Yes. Again, some of this is rhetorical, but I do want this to be noted. If I had this information that there was a concern, I would relate it to my superintendent in advance so that we could have an answer right now and not say, hey, I got you, and that's not good.
Oh, no, that's
leadership.
not what happened. If you didn't hear, it was a major discussion at 7:30 yesterday morning at the Bond Oversight Committee with the superintendent and the entire facilities department. So yes, no, I didn't come up with this tonight. They knew about this at Bond Oversight.
Well, I'm glad you heard me, because in other times you have not. So then to the point, what I'm going to say is this. If we had awareness of it, then if you felt it was merited that we stop, you could have pulled this agenda item. You could have pulled it and said, we're not ready. In fact, you said it today. I'm pulling agenda item, whatever.
We would have if we thought that there was going to be a problem.
So the thing is, I'm going to ask Dr. Fields, you just said you would pull it, but if there is no need to pull the item and we can move forward, I'm okay with moving forward. But the bottom line is, I trust that you would tell me, hey, we got to pull it because we have these issues. No one is saying we did. My question would be is, these are replacement, as you said, like for like. So historically, they were always at the right height. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I certainly also want student safety to be number one, but I would, again, trust on you. And if we have issues at Dr. Fields, I come back to you and say, You set us up. What happened, right?
To your point, Mr. Macias, what will happen is we will check this. If it's voted on to approve it and everything is the way it's supposed to be, we'll move forward. If we look into this and it's not done in the way that it should, we're not going to pay it out.
And that's what I would trust, and that's the whole point I wanted to get to. We still hold that final payment to the vendor to make sure before we give him that final check that it's done correctly. I don't want to be here and just feel like we're attacking. It's not good team dynamics to be doing that, and so that's why I wanted my colleague to hear me. That's not how you come and beat the hammer down. So I would say if my colleagues are good, I'm willing to give you support for moving forward with this item. And then, of course, you guys come back and let us know what happened and when it's complete and not pay it until it's done. But that's just my opinion.
Dr. Fields, if I can also
So first, I think Mr. Brooks wanted to say something, and then you can. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I just wanted to say, in the sense of a certificate of substantial completion, substantial means that not everything is totally complete. It's not final completion. So substantial completion allows us to get into the building and use it for the purposes of what it was intended for. Before we make final payment, i.e. the things that we're identifying as not quite, if there's something that needs to be addressed, before we make final payment, we need to make sure that those things are addressed before we make final payment. So what we're
But
saying
this
is.
gives us the permission to move forward if
Correct.
everything is.
Correct.
And the other thing is that, obviously, I have a job. Other people have other obligations. Some board members have nothing to do but go to every meeting in the world. So if there's information that will be helpful for us to have, get that to us. I like to be informed, and of course, I wait too for our board meetings to get that information. But again, it's just the way things are. Some people have more time to go to everything, and they get information before we do as a collective board. So Dr. Fields, I don't know what the answer to that is. If you brief us on some of these things, I don't know. But I'm happy with getting the information here and then making a decision.
I would ask that we allow, do you guys think that we should request for the approval for this so we can move forward if we need to? Because I know that's going to be a problem if we don't get it out. But I need you guys to look into that standard.
Absolutely.
It would be up to the board collectively at this point.
Well, I certainly will vote to approve.
So I started my career in Judson at Candlewood. That was a few gray hairs ago. I know the situation there. There are 2 main sets of bathrooms for the whole school. There are a few classrooms that have an attached bathroom. Those classrooms have been different things over the years. They have been kindergarten, they've been first grade, they've been pre-K. One of the concerns I have is, what if the state says, we don't fund pre-K anymore, we don't have pre-K, and all we have is tiny toilets? That's a big problem, too. So I understand, that's maybe not something that comes across. I myself am satisfied that now that this has been raised, that you will investigate, you will find out if that needs to be changed, and then we'll change it. That probably, a change order will be on us, a little bit of extra money to move those things and get new fixtures in. But I have confidence that that will be addressed. If it needs to if it's a remodel that has to meet updated codes or not. So I'm willing to move forward on voting on this. So I will move that we, let me get back to it, that we approve the certificate of substantial completion supporting the progress and completion of Candlewood Elementary School Phase 2 interior renovations in bond 2016.
Second.
Go ahead and vote. Motion passes 5-2.
Thank you.
Item H, consider and take action regarding approval for the selection for the design and engineering services for the MEP Mechanical, Electrical, and Plumbing Package 3 in Bond 2022. Ms. Ryan, you pulled this one also.
Yes, a lot of emails going back and forth all day today on this one also. I didn't see a response, I don't think, to my most recent one, which is per your email and the code, we're supposed to negotiate with the most highly qualified contractor. And then you sent us, I guess after 2.5 hours, I'm so excited we're tracking minutes now. We're keeping track of how many questions board members ask. and how long it takes the staff to respond to them. So we're excited because that tells you who's asking questions ahead of time. And I think it'll help in our operational efficiency audit we do for the Vader. So super excited. I think I'm winning so far. So you sent us a score report, but had one company rated number 1 and 10 other companies rated number 2. And the one you're recommending is not the highest rated, according to the score report you sent us. And then I asked where was the scoring of, if 10 other people were tied, where's like the tiebreaker scoring to figure out how, per your email, we're supposed to start our negotiations with the highest qualified contractors. I don't know if you have an answer for that yet. I know you pulled one of the ones I was asking questions about. Was this one supposed to get pulled too till you had the score reports?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that question. So
Please don't speak to what was pulled, just speak to this.
Yes. I will speak in generalities. Back in October, when the board approved the pool of highly qualified A&E service providers, the facilities department, after that fact, with an actual project in front of us, we take those vendors who scored the highest and we whittle the field, because like you said, we have contractors that are tied for first. We, based on our professional experience, based on our advanced education, based on our certifications, we make a determination that 3 or so vendors are the pool of vendors that we will consider for a particular project once we have that project in front of us. The intent of approving the pool was never to use that list and give every single contract that the district has that one particular vendor in that particular instance. So it's.
Oh, no, and I agree. I agree with that, too. All I was asking for is, because, again, our procurement records get pulled all the time by PIA requests and the media and everything else. So, and I did government contracting for a really long time in the Army. So what you have in your file is the piece of paper where you took the 10 or so people and you have some sort of criteria that says, oh, this guy's better at electrical and this is an electrical project, or it's a small project or big, whatever your criteria you experts come up with, and then they get scored so that you go negotiate with who is best for that project. So that's what I'm trying to, I just wanted a copy of that paper where you guys scored that showed why these guys were the number 1 specifically for this project to go, because that would have to be in our procurement records. You can't just like pick a name out of the hat. It doesn't work like that.
No, ma'am. We are not required to score these contractors again, ma'am. That is not in the law. I have written thousands of contracts. I've spent 9 years in finance. I have been audited hundreds of times. I have never had a single finding. So I want to be very clear about that.
Well, let me, okay, there's a lot of fast talking going on. I'm going to break this down to where I could understand it. What happens is when you do an RFQ, we rank all of the people who submit for an RFQ, correct? When we say and when I say we rank, we score. We have a category and we apply so many points for each one of those categories. Then we put those people collectively on a list that we use for engineering or
structural engineering, MEP engineering,
all of that.
Commissioning.
Then when projects come up, we go to that same list that we've already done for scoring, and we say which one of these people on the list are going to be best for this particular one. And according to CV Local, it says that now we're required to rank the ones that we want to submit to the board. And rank is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 1 through 8.
Or 1.
We've ranked 1 through 3. This is what we're submitting to the board. Now, what I'm getting that Ms. Ryan's asking for is, how did we go about getting to 1, 2, 3 from the list of 13? But I'm telling you, they're the subject matter experts. We asked them to look into it, and they're the ones who came back and said, these are the 3 best ones to do this particular job, based on their past experience working with Selma or Bexar County, based on working on this terrain, whatever it was that they used for the criteria. We don't ask them to score. Now, I would tell you that if we're saying we need them to score every time, then we're going to pull out that list of 15 people and then go through them putting scores every time we need them to do a project, which usurps the need to have all those people in a big group that we can just pick from when we need it. So this is the ranking, 1 through 3, and we're asking that these be the ones that we consider as we move forward on this project. And in CV Local, it doesn't say we have to come back and score. It says we have to rank. And when I say we, that's me. This is the rank. So, did I say that right?
Yes, sir, and we stand by that,
All right.
your recommendation, sir.
Okay, if we don't think we need to justify or have anything in writing in a file and nobody can articulate why vendors are selected, then I guess that, that does open us up to some questions, and I guess maybe that's why we're getting so many procurement PIAs. So I will not be supporting this because we can't even write down on a piece of paper why we're selecting one vendor over another, which is not how we build relationships out in our community, right, with our vendors, and why we have a hard time sometimes getting vendors for stuff. If somebody doesn't get selected because it's electrical heavy and you weighted electrical higher on your little scorecard, then guess what? Then a guy who does a lot of plumbing in his MEP may not be upset that he didn't get this contract because he knows next time when you weight plumbing a little bit more, then he's got a better chance, right? So those types of commercial relationships and being able to stand by objective numbers, because if you don't think every contractor out there is reading our board book and seeing this in here and seeing that they, didn't end up on the list and there's no reason why, I'm just trying to build some relationships. But again, this board's going to vote 6-1 anyway, so it doesn't really matter what I say.
I just want to say one more thing. The principals can even, and every director in here can speak to this. We have buy boards, correct?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
On those buy boards, there's a list of maybe 30 people that you can select from to go buy an iPad cover. We don't require the principals now to rank each one of those 30 people who could provide it to give us a determination of why you picked this person to provide the iPad cover. Once they are ranked and scored initially and put on this list, you have the option to go and pick anyone on that list, correct?
Correct.
I'm not trying to
You're comparing
oversimplify.
apples to apples because buy board is supplies and they have prices. I'm talking RFQs for professional services where there are no prices. So they just have to go negotiate blind because apparently we stopped using a fee schedule like we used to, which is why we're now paying more than 6% to most of these contractors anyway, and we used to be able to get better. But I just don't want to compare, buy board is something completely different because it has a price of the iPad.
I think
that
it's the
everyone
same
can see.
thing. Once you've identified a list of people that you can pull a service or an item from, you should be free to go pull that service or item from that group of people. But again,
Yeah, but if Dr.
the
Arnano
board
starts picking out the iPad that's 10 times more than the other iPad, then everyone's going to
if
start
they're
asking
on buy
questions. She knows
board,
I can pick
she's
on her.
allowed to do that as a principal or director. But what I'm saying is this, if the board collectively, and I know Lacey wants to speak to this as well, if the board collectively wants us to go back, once again, we're willing to do it. But this is the way that we've been doing it for a few years, so.
And I would only add on the RFQ process in terms of that. I know we run one every several years, even for technology items, for consulting services, for even networking equipment. And there is a long list of vendors that we can choose from. Some of them never get
Do
called.
you rescore them?
We
every
do
time?
not rescore them. We simply go to the list and we select one based on whatever the type of project it is that we are doing, and we know that. So I know that is a common practice. One other thing I wanted to comment on, just because it was mentioned and it has to do with education code and board members. And as I'm a board member, I thought I would kind of share this, that each year the school district is required to report how many requests are submitted by each board member and the total cost of that, because within the legal statute of Texas Education Code 11, board members are not required to fill out public information requests. So we can ask for as much information as we would like. However, TEA likes us to keep a tally of that. So I just wanted to state that so that everybody understands.
That's only for the PIA request, though. That's what would normally be a PIA request or an open record request that Ms. McKinney would get
actually
charged
state
for.
that.
If I ask my superintendent a question about something that's in the board book, that's not a chargeable minute. I'm being charged on email for it, but that's okay because that's a badge of honor.
So just wanted to clarify that, but in terms of the RFQ, we have done that
Thank
way
you so
for
much,
many years.
Dr. Gosh. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Macias?
Yes, obviously, to Dr. Gosh's point, and obviously the whole idea, there's a couple of things I want to make points here, that we've always recorded board member requests and times. And so we're going to talk later on about that as well, because some of the requests are frivolous and they take time from our administration. So we will have a discussion about this today. But we will talk about this, I promise you. So the thing is, what I wanted to say is sometimes I think that, again, in the atmosphere of trying to find a gotcha, there are things that are thrown out there. Right now, we clearly are in compliance with the law, with everything that we're doing, which as a board member, that's what I'm most concerned on. Are we following the law? There was an instance, and maybe that's what Ms. Ryan's thinking about, back in 2021 when we had a dual RFQ and RFP on a project that we bid, and we ranked them. And I called that out. They said, why do we have a rank, but we have RFQ? We have to pick one or the other. And that was obviously a mistake that we've corrected. But in this case, as long as we're compliant with the law, you have the ability to select who you need for those services. I've always maintained in this boardroom, we need to select new partners, and that's something Dr. Fields is very aware of. Let's share the love. And again, that's something that I've personally requested. And I think we have done that to some degree. And then just for the community to understand, we did sue vendors. It made them very gun-shy to come back and work with us. But again, one of the schools was Converse Elementary in my district. So I'm going to make sure that we bring legal action to those processes that were not done correctly back then. Now it's a whole different story. And again, as long as you comply with the law, that's the important thing. And we could nitpick everything, but sometimes it's just to make noise, you want to nitpick. That's not the way we do things. And so I simply just want to, again, encourage, I'm ready to move forward with this as well. I know Ms. Stanford is next, but as long as we're compliant, that's what we need to do. Thank you.
Ms. Stanford?
That's all I just want to clarify. If y'all feel there's anything about our current process that could make us look unfair or preferential, do you feel that there's anything in our process? Because we would want to avoid that.
I think we're doing a better job of making more opportunities for more vendors. It's self-evident that we have more architects, we have more engineers than we had on the previous list.
Okay.
All right. Is there a motion?
I move that we consider.
That we approve.
And I'm sorry, we approve regarding the approval of the selection for design and engineering services from the MEP Mechanical, Electrical, and Plumbing, Package 3 in Bond 2022.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Faulkner, second by Ms. Eaton. Go ahead and vote, please. Motion passes 6-1. Item J, consider and take action regarding approval of the selection for commissioning services for the Selma Elementary School project in Bond 2022. Ms. Ryan?
Oh, same as the last one. They didn't rank the 7 people that we have on this list, so I'm voting no, so if someone can make the motion, and I don't think there's probably further discussion of it.
Just point of correction, we did rank, we just didn't score.
Is there a motion?
Yes, I move that we approve the selection for commissioning services for the Selma Elementary School project in Bond 2022.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Macias, second by Ms. Faulkner. Go ahead and vote, please. Motion passes 6-1. Item S, consider and take action regarding approving adjustments to the 2025-2026 instructional calendar. Ms. Ryan?
Yes, we just did J and I got pulled. Oops, sorry, my microphone wasn't on either.
We just did H, we did J, now we're to S.
S. There was nothing in here. Why are we moving the board meeting? We're always the third
I apologize.
Thursday. I just
Yes,
didn't
ma'am.
know what the reason for it was.
If
We
you-
all kind of plan our calendars out a year in advance when you're on a school board. You have to preserve the third Thursday like religiously, so that's why I'm like, why are we changing with kind of some short notice?
So, well, it's not short notice. Basically, what happened is we came to the board before and we asked to change the June board meeting to the last week of the month because we typically pass the budget, so we moved it to the end. As everyone knows, and so now that'll be the fourth week. In addition, that first week of July is usually the 4th of July, and everybody takes off that week. So then, if we were to come back, we'd have 2 weeks in which to get ready for the next meeting. So we're asking to push back then the meeting in July from the 17th through the 24th. That way, it'll be more in line with the month before. So that's the adjustment we're asking for July. Or we could come back and then in a 2-week span, go from one board meeting to another. And it'll be difficult for us to come back from the break and get all that stuff done.
And we did move our June
Yes,
meeting
ma'am.
last
We
year.
did.
Yeah,
Mhm.
okay.
Any other questions? All right, then. I move that we approve the adjustment to the 2025-2026 instructional calendar.
Second.
Motion by myself, second by Ms. Faulkner. Go ahead and vote. Motion passes 7-0. All right, moving on to discussion, consideration of action items. Item A, discussion and possible action regarding approval of a one-time retention incentive for special education and bilingual teachers and special education and bilingual instructional paraprofessionals for the 2024-2025 school year from Title II funds. Dr. Fields.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to let Ms. Davis speak to this directly, but this comes from a recommendation that was made on the title fund. So, Ms. Davis.
Yes, sir. Based on the recommendation from Mr. Macias and statement on trying to look into Title II funds to see what we could do for special education teachers and paraprofessionals when we brought on the sign-on incentive in December. So in December, we brought on the sign-on incentive, and that was a proposal for new teachers, hopefully to increase the recruitment of special ed teachers, bilingual teachers, special ed paraprofessionals, and bilingual paraprofessionals. That was passed in December, and a comment was made, what can we do for the people that we have in-house now? I know, Ms. Faulkner, you also have made, that is an area of concern for you. And so what we did is we took a look at our Title II carryover funds, and we came up with an amount that would use up the carryover funds. And so we are proposing a $750 incentive, one time only, for special education and bilingual teachers, and a $300 one-time retention incentive for special education and bilingual instructional paraprofessionals for this school year only, and that would utilize the Title II carryover funds. And get close to depleting those for this year. It is not something that we can promise every year, but it is something that we can do now for our teachers who are currently with us effective January 2025, with a payout in August if they sign up and we retain them.
Can you say that last sentence again? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. It would be for.
Sorry, I didn't hear the last part of your sentence.
Yes, ma'am. This one's a retention incentive as opposed to the sign-on incentive.
Okay.
So for teachers who are here effective January 2025 and return in August 2025 for the 25-26 school year with that payout in August.
After school.
Okay,
after
so
the
all they have to
school
do
year
is
starts.
sign their contract
And
then
return to
not-
us and
Not
be-
resign in July, by July 3rd or whatever the date is, actually come back then in August.
actually come back in August.
After the
and-
school year starts.
Correct. So the payout would be in September.
Right,
We-
the end of August or September.
Right now, we have the payout designed in August. Could we pay out Ms. Burton in September, or is that a little bit too late? I believe the end of that grant year is in September, which is why we have proposed it in August.
When does school start in August?
Teachers return.
No, I'm trying to get them in the
You want them in
classroom.
there with kids?
I want them in the classroom, so.
Does- August 13th?
I'm sorry,
August 13th?
August 13th?
August
first day of
13th,
school?
and when's, we're payday's on the 15th, so we could do it then.
Yeah, okay.
That's fine. We need them to return and be in the
We
classroom.
need them to return, we need them to sign on, come over to our teacher PD, and then at least begin day one. We would, if we could, move it out to September, but because of the funds that we are using.
We have a certain window in which we have to spend it. And the one other thing that I just want to really re-verify and correct and put it out there. This is what we have the funds to do right now. If we're unable to do this again or going forward, we're not taking anything away from anyone or decreasing anyone's salary. We're just trying to do what we can with the funds we have available right now.
And what we asked you to do.
Correct. And what you asked us to do. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Stanford?
I really appreciate your taking the time to do this, and I appreciate the money going to these teachers. They really have needed it, deserve it. I wish it could be more, though. They're really worth so much more, but I'm glad we can do this.
Thank you. Mr. Macias?
Again, I just want to say thank you. As I mentioned, the opportunity that you brought forward to recruit in areas that are critical was absolutely important. But now the idea to have a retention strategy as well plays in very strongly with an area that is difficult for us right now. But I also want to mention to folks is that we still have a compensation plan to pass in June, so there'll be potentially added raises with any of this if we have the ability to do so. So it is a good opportunity to tell our employees, you're valued, please stay.
Yes.
And I think that's always met with good retention. So anyway, just want to say thank you for you and your administration for doing this.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Faulkner?
So and I wanted to add that it's for the paras as well, not
Yes.
just the teachers, that they deserve it.
Yes.
But is there any way, since it's only a 2-day from the time they start teaching, is there any way that we put it in a caveat that says, if for some reason before the end of September you're gone, we get that money back? I don't know. I mean, honestly.
I can tell you, it's always difficult to recoup. I don't want to promise something that could, with benefits and everything that else that may come out of a person's payroll, and then if they don't show it, it's difficult to get the money back. So our goal was just to make sure that it's a retention effort and the people come back. I think we can satisfy that if we pay them 2 days after school starts.
Well, and I probably already understand this, but is there a way to do a separate payout via direct deposit? A separate, not aligned, at the end of the month, just a direct deposit?
Yes, ma'am, there is.
infusion, So
But,
that we have,
Timing.
And every time, I hate to get too technical, but
Well,
every
I know,
time we
it
pay
costs
out,
money.
it costs.
I know,
yes, ma'am.
it costs money. I'm just trying to protect.
I understand.
Because I know,
I understand.
if we get that teacher who comes out of retirement and they end up in a back unit, after day 3, they're like, forget it, but I already got the bonus, I'm out. So that's,
So, great point. If I might add that our teachers have a certain window to get out of their contract, they would actually be breaking a contract. And because I know we're concerned that if they leave, so they do have a contract. We hope that everybody honors their contract. I understand that sometimes there are circumstances in which they don't. So there's that. We can look into running a separate pay run. I know that's,
I knew it cost money, it's okay.
Well, I hope they all come back.
Yep.
All right. Anyone else? Is there a motion?
Yes. I move that we approve the one-time retention incentive for special education and bilingual teachers and special education and bilingual instructional paraprofessionals for the 24-25 school year from Title II funds.
Second.
That was a double. I'm going to let you pick one as to who's the second. Ms. Eaton? Let's give it to Ms. Eaton. Motion by Mr. Macias, second by Ms. Eaton. If you'll go ahead and, one more. Go ahead and vote, please. Motion passes 7-0. Before we move on, I need a big old sticky note that says we have proclamations, make sure you read them. And I don't want to let this one go because it's important. So we voted to approve a proclamation to declare March 2025 Social Work Month, and Mr. Macias has something to read about that.
Thank you, Ms. Canoyer. Yes, I have a condensed version of the proclamation for the National Social Work Month, which states National Social Work Month is an opportunity to raise awareness of the social work profession and to celebrate their positive contributions to our society. This year's theme is social work, compassion plus action. We, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim March 2025 as National Social Work Month and urge students, staff, and parents to express their appreciation to our social workers for their hard work and dedication to Judson ISD students.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. I didn't want to let that go. Moving on to item 7, discussion items and reports. 7A, policy update 124 affecting local policies, first reading. Dr. Fields?
Yes, ma'am. This is simply the first reading of the policy update for 124. We'll have second reading next month.
Thank you. Does anyone have questions or anything on that? All right. Item B, discuss federal grants fiscal year 2024-2025, Texas Education of Homeless Children and Youth, TEHCY.
This is the Tiki grant. It's for $14,000, and it's something that we do annually, and we're bringing it back again.
Yes, sir.
Are there any questions on that item?
And our requirement is just to let the board know anytime we're applying for it. So.
All right. Next is Mr. Macias's item, discuss anti-bullying and student discipline strategies.
Yes, this is obviously just an opportunity to engage our administration in that continued discussion. Ms. Stanford and I had a student discipline town hall, if you will, back in November. I meant that this goes by quickly. But one of the commitments was to look for innovative strategies to address student discipline challenges and bullying. And naturally, my hope is that we have some recommendations before next school year to implement. And so I wanted to get an idea of what that conversation has been looking like from the administration ranks.
Yes, sir. I would let Dr. Goss speak to the bullying aspect. I know that there's some other things that we're looking at in terms of our student code of conduct that we'll be bringing up soon for approval for next year. One of them was the cell phones, how we'll deal with those across the district. Another one was just some feedback on classroom management, because we've determined at the cabinet level that the place where we can get the biggest bang for our buck in terms of better performance is looking at classroom management across the district. But in terms of the bullying aspect, I'd ask Dr. Gosh and maybe Ms. Garcia to speak to that.
Yes, sir. So we have a variety of documents that have been developed by the Student and Family Support Services Department related to bullying, and we will be providing all of those additional documents to you in the Friday notes tomorrow. Most of these are all outward-facing. They are on our website now. We do have a bullying protocol by which we follow in order to identify if bullying takes place on the campus. It does go to a staff member on the campus, and the administrator does do the investigation. If it is deemed that there is potential bullying, it does go through a 6-step process of evaluation in order to determine which category it falls into. There's actually 2 different categories that bullying can fall into in accordance with David's Law, and we do follow through with that. Just to give you an idea.
So you're saying the system we have in place is in accordance with David's Law?
Yes, the system that we have in place in terms of identifying if bullying is taking place, and then how we handle that is in compliance with David's Law. And we follow the steps and the step process that is outlined within that.
What about the committees that the lady at the podium was talking
So
about?
the committee that everyone is talking about, it's not an anti-bullying committee. That's, I think, what has been thrown around quite a bit. It is actually called, based on the law, it is called a prevention committee. And every single one of our campuses has a designated committee for this. The law is very interesting in that it does not designate how many meetings you have to have every year. It just simply says you have to have at least one. And within that.
And there needs to be a parent.
It does. And so there has to be a parent involved in it. The ones at the secondary have students, it must have faculty and so on. It can be a standalone committee that the campus puts together. It can be combined with the campus discipline committee because that has parents on it. It can also be combined with the campus site-based committee that meets periodically to go over the campus improvement plan. We have gone through with all of the campus principals, and they have all identified for us which types of committees and how they have designated this particular group. We have some campuses, I know we were talking about earlier, I know at Hopkins, they've already met on this particular issue 4 times this year, simply because they do it each time with one of their combined committees, and it is just a standing agenda item. We have other campuses who they touch on it once a year, and the idea is to have something in your campus plan and to discuss what you can do to support the prevention of bullying on your campus. And I know through Ms. Garcia's office, there are a variety of strategies that we have. We have student awareness programs that we have at the campuses. We have areas where students can provide information, either anonymously or not. We offer counselor lessons. We also have parent awareness areas, excuse me, as well as staff awareness supports. Some of the strategies that we have used, and one of them that I will bring up, we currently are working with communities and schools, and they are providing a step-up program. I know we have implemented this at Converse Elementary. They have had great support with this in terms of creating circles to help with restorative practices. We are extending that also to masters, and Pashal has also done a lot of work at the elementary for the restorative practices as well. We provide mediations where necessary. We also cover many things on cyberbullying across the district, and our counselors provide services to students as well in the event that these types of activities are found. We do prevention and awareness. We've had several anti-bullying awareness sessions across the district. We had October classroom guidance lessons, and we do have a curriculum where we do address this through the counselors in the classrooms as well. So that's just kind of a brief, in terms of where bullying incidents fall into David's Law. I know in the 23-24 year, we had 9 cases that fell under Education Code 37.0052, which deals with some form of image or violence where it actually goes to the penal code. We had 10 that year that did not fall into that. So there are issues where you have 2 different types of bullying incidents that can occur. You have those that could push a student to try to commit suicide versus what we would consider a bullying event also where it's an imbalance of power. That could be something that's repeatedly done, name calling, things like that for students. So there's 2 different categories that the bullying can fall into. In 23-24, we had a total of 19 cases. To date this year, between the 2 different types, we've had 11 cases this year. Oh,
Thank you.
yes.
Yes, thank you. And did you say Ms. Garcia was going to speak, or?
If there were questions, I could
No, because you were
answer
pretty
with this
thorough. Like, I don't know what Ms. Garcia is going to say.
Yes, she is here, and I will give her and her
Yeah.
team props. They have all the
good.
documentation and all the information, and they have provided it, and they have really been on top of this issue. and have been
Well-
promoting it as well.
And again, it sounded pretty thorough in terms of what I'm looking for. And naturally, if we have the ability to add to those strategies, I'm still seeking input from parents, from teachers about some other ideas that could work, and I may bring them back in the future for discussion. But it looks like there are some things that are moving, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And of course, Ms. Garcia, thank you for all the, I mean, I know you would have said the same thing as well. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Stanford?
Yeah, I was going to ask if we're complying with David's law. So, and is that the one that requires those committees you were talking about?
Yes, ma'am. David's Law requires the committees, and David's Law actually identifies the definitions of bullying that actually fall within. So based on the law, we then get the education code where it divides up the two different types of infractions under the education code for how we identify bullying and the severity of the type of bullying that may be taking place. So some of the items can fall under the Texas Penal Code where, there are legal ramifications for that type of violence where it's actual physical contact, or physical harm could come from what is being done versus a type of bullying that would be more what we traditionally think of as an annoyance. It's just repeated, and it just kind of wears you down mentally.
So we're in compliance with
Yes, ma'am.
David's law? Okay, because someone had,
And actually, all of our policies are written based on that law, and the board policy that we have in place is based on the education code, which came from David's Law.
okay. Now, cyberbullying is like a more complex
It's
occurrence.
really-
Is it hard to track that?
It can be, yes, because there are many ways to mask where it's coming from, and we sometimes have limited capabilities as far as the district, so we do have to turn that over oftentimes to the Judson PD and to other law enforcement agencies in order to track where some of that is coming from, unless you know directly the student that it is coming from. So when we analyze where that is happening, there are specific things that it has to fall into in terms of where did it happen and when did it happen. David's Law expands that to the cyberbullying piece as well and outlines that very specifically.
Yeah. How do you feel about our capability?
I think we have very good capabilities of tracking that. And
So we've been pretty
done a good
successful.
job of doing that, yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
good to hear.
Ms. Faulkner?
Along with that, at the beginning of every school year, there's that long list of required trainings for teachers and staff members. Bullying is one of them, right?
Bullying is
State
one
law.
of them, yes, ma'am.
Suicide prevention.
Suicide prevention is one of them. We do bullying, suicide prevention, child abuse, all of those. It's all part of the required courses. So every employee in the district, at a minimum, receives that training every single year as they come in. And then we have these other programs that we do throughout the rest of the year. Everything from posters to classroom units with counselors to individual events that we have in the evenings. I know there are pamphlets that can be handed out as to how to get services if you feel like you're being bullied, and then ways in which we can report that either anonymously or not anonymously if needed.
Thank you.
Mr. Salinas?
Wow. After 18 years of doing nothing but discipline, I was a disciplinarian. Middle school, high school, the best thing I can say is immediately those administrators need to do only one thing. Immediately contact the parents and set up a meeting with both parents and the students. And to me, that was very effective. But then you need to tell the parent, if your child continues this, we're going to have to do some discipline, whether it be a suspension, whether it be in school suspension, but it's more serious. We need to stop it now. And a lot of times, what I would find out, that actually the two students involved, it was not them at each other, it was their friends telling them. Yes, instigating. And say, oh, you should have heard what he said about you. And that a lot of times, but it was very effective for me, and I hope our administrators are doing that. You've got to get the parents involved immediately so they know what's going on, not when it's out of hand. Thank you.
Mr. Salinas, if I could also state, when it comes to the bullying, that is part of David's Law, and we do have that. When an incident is identified as a bullying incident, the parents are contacted by letter, and we do have to make contact with them. So we have a letter that is provided to the principals in the event that it is a bullying incident. Now, obviously, if it is a non-bullying incident, then it goes to the student handbook to deal with the discipline, which goes into more of what you're speaking to. But that's just one more piece of the steps that are in that bullying protocol that go along with David's Law.
Any other comments? No? Great. Thank you, Mr. Macias, and thank you, Dr. Gosh and Ms. Garcia, and all of our wonderful counselors and social workers who are out there kind of in the middle of all that, too. All right, moving on. Outreach Committee, Ms. Stanford.
Yes, just a very quick report. The Outreach Committee met, and one thing we determined is that we should change the name of the committee because it's really not an outreach committee, it's an input committee. So we're looking to name it either community input, or I kind of like community voice, where we're giving the public an opportunity to speak to us. We do want topic suggestions from the board, if you would give that some thought and get back to me. We feel that we probably need another town hall on discipline, possibly bullying, possibly, I think it might be good to have one on budget items, to get input from the community on budget. But we're looking for input from the board and also from the community. If you would reach out to me on topics you would like to see us address, then we would like to hear that. And that's the end of that report. If there's any input, questions.
Any questions or comments about that?
Thank you.
No? All right, then the next is the review of the Violent Criminal Acts report, Ms. Stanford.
I had just said last month that I would bring this back because it was right at the tail end of that
long meeting.
That presentation, and we kind of skimmed through this. And were we going to show the slide again?
Definitely, we can put up the numbers to the slide if Ms. Bullock could come up and speak very briefly to the numbers that we had up last time. But what I had understood from you, Ms. Stanford, is that you wanted to know the difference between what constitutes due to the concern about J-care.
Right.
What constitutes a placement in DAP versus what constitutes a placement in JJAP?
I was originally going to ask that last month, and when we really got short on time. So
we put that together as
Okay.
well. So we could speak to the types of actions that require that you go to DAP versus the types of actions that require you to go to JJAP.
And then once they're sent to the county, is it?
Correct.
Yeah. And they return, do they go through J-care?
No, ma'am.
They go straight to their campus?
Yes, ma'am. It's an expulsion. So
Okay.
you're typically expelled from the district for a year.
Okay.
When you come
Well,
back, you would go back to the.
That's good to get clarity on, because I know there's a perception from the Coronado community that they filter back through J-care.
No, ma'am.
So I thought this would be a timely thing to make sure we get out there to help people see what's happening and what's filtering through J-care.
Understood.
Okay?
The types of actions
The
that
types of
would
behaviors that are
require, right, that would put you in.
Putting students in J-care.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to allow me to provide clarification. But I want to first start with, there are some behaviors that the campuses do provide a consequence for. And then it's regarding DAEP, we have, of course, there's discretionary offenses that the state requires, and mandatory offenses that we have to act on. And those are the students that are placed at DAEP for those kids who commit certain offenses. And then also there are offenses that students are placed at Bexar County JJA for the mandatory expulsion items. And I will go through those, just some examples of those. The students that are currently being placed at the DAEP, which is also J-Care. They may have committed an offense such as being in possession of alcohol or being in possession of a THC vape pen, nicotine vape pen. They may have caused a false alarm, like pulling a fire alarm or switch or something like that. They may have made a terroristic threat. And of course, these offenses, we do cooperate with law enforcement to see if in fact, if that offense does fit that level, that we will require them to be placed at J-Care as according to Texas Education Code. There are some other other offenses where they require a mandatory expulsion. Am I not in the, you guys can hear me, right?
We can.
Okay.
It's a little, it's a little low.
Okay, let me raise this up
There you
because
go.
I'm taller. Okay, so there are some offenses that are required, they are listed as mandatory offenses that we have to place them at Bexar County JJA. And those would include being in possession of a firearm,
Okay.
explosive items, also arson, as well as aggravated kidnapping. These are things that, again, we are in corroboration with law enforcement. We may get notification of something that may have happened off campus that falls under those categories, and we have to expel the students to Bexar County JJ. So any student who commits any of these offenses, they're not placed at J-Care or DAEP. They have to be placed at Bexar County JJA. And it's also, felony controlled substance, including in that for mandatory expulsion. So those students are expelled. And then, like I said earlier, we have discretionary offenses that are sent to or could be sent to Bexar County JJA. However, we are required to pay for those placements, which right now our MOU says $135.85 per day. So that can cost us, if a student is placed for the whole year, over $20,000. So, of course, that has to be approved before we move forward with that. But right now, only mandatory offenses are being placed at Bexar County. And we are also, not just mandatory at DAEP, we do have some discretionary placements that I have placed at the alternative school. But right now, we are only placing the mandatories or we have just only placed mandatory at Bexar County. Do you have any questions?
So I just, for clarification,
Sure.
for the, what did you call it? Tube?
The inner tubes.
The inner tubes?
Interwebs.
For the inner tubes, and for those
YouTube interweb.
out there listening, DAEP, alternative school, is usually not a permanent placement.
No, not at all.
And these students are our students being pulled from their home campus for a placement, let's just say for a reset.
Right.
For something. It may have been, in my experience, that's where I subbed the most when I went back to subbing, is at alternative, because nobody wanted to do it at Northeast. So and a lot of those kids, it was, my brother told me to put this in my backpack, and it was his vape. And the kid had no idea it was there, but he got caught with it, and that's mandatory, you're there, that's that. So what I'm hearing and what I want to make clear is DAEP is not criminals. They
are not criminals.
They go to J-Care or Bexar County.
Yes, and I want to say, these are our students. They made a mistake. A lot of them, this is their first time making a mistake such as this. And it does take a lot when I'm in a hearing with them to build them up and, reassure them that this is just a mistake. This doesn't define who you are. And then, they come here, take care of your assignment, and then go back to your campus to never come back. So it's just, a lot of them have just made a mistake. They're good kids.
I appreciate you making that clarification because we sat and listened to some of the statements earlier during public comment, and it really painted a picture of a student who may have just dropped the ball. Now, don't get me wrong. To their point, there's some frequent flyers. There's some kids we've seen before.
But not many.
But it's mostly kids who just make mistakes. And for them to feel like because they made that mistake, I can't get back because I've got this label of being
The bad kid.
the bad kid. That's not the case. That's not the case.
It's quite likely that there are students from the Coronado Village subdivision that are at JCare now. Am I
Quite
right?
possible.
Yes. Okay.
I can almost.
I won't name any of them. JCare is DA.
Yeah.
So,
Go ahead.
Well, thank you so much.
Ms. Ryan had a
Oh,
question.
sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, I guess I'm not quite as rainbows and unicorns. There's a little bit of a different viewpoint when your kids are in these schools every single day. I see the videos of what's going on in these schools. I've seen people beat within an inch of their life on video in these schools. So, yeah, there's some kids who maybe vaped and ended up there on a technicality, but it sounds like we're sounding like JCare's like Club Med. Oh, go for your little reset meditation, and then you're going to come back out just fine. Like, we have a student code, and you see from the survey results from TASB, right? Less than 50% in terms of we have a student code of conduct. When our students walk through those doors, I expect you to flip your school brain on and do the right things. And then when you leave, hopefully you'll do the right things too, type things. And there has to be consequences. And when you look at why parents are pulling their kids out of Judson, it's because violence in middle schools and these things that are happening in schools, and they're going to go somewhere else. If we look at why our teachers are leaving, it's because they got smashed over the head with a chair. Yeah, not all of these kids are angels. So I just don't, there's a mixture of kids there, and they each have their unique story, and we have to deal with each kid in a unique way, right? And it ranges from somebody stuck something in my backpack to kids with felonies and some things that are not great and amazing. So I'm worried if we try and sugarcoat this for something that it's not, that's not true to our public, and I think it is offensive to the parents who know what's really going on in these schools, because they're hearing from their kids every day, and to the teachers that are in the schools who are, from our survey, fed up with the behavior not being dealt with. And I'll be honest, half the stuff I see, those kids don't even end up in alternative school. And those kids are just right back on their campuses, and then turn around and do the exact same thing. So I don't want to pretend like we don't have a discipline problem here in Judson that, probably needs some stricter penalties for some of these kids. Not the vaping kids. I'm talking a lot of the other things that are going on in our schools, because it is interfering with the education of all the other kids.
Dr. Phil?
Do we have felons in JCare?
We do. It's on your disciplinary report you got from the superintendent.
You can, but it's typically a felony that was committed off or out of the district. Now, if you have a conviction of an aggravated felony on or off campus, that's an expulsion.
Okay.
But you can have more than a certain amount of marijuana and get a felony. And then even if that happened at the Walmart, you're going to go to DAEP. My concern, and I would hope that this is the first I'm hearing that someone got hit over the head with a chair. And go ahead.
Yeah, they went to the doctor with stitches when you were a superintendent, so go ahead, look at this.
Please watch your tone, ma'am.
Dr. Phil?
Yes.
I want to say this. I was a principal for 8 years at Woodlake Hills Middle School. Had our share of discipline issues with students. But I want to be clear that this discipline is an issue across our state. That's why the legislature, really across the country. But as we just learned and listened to the legislature up in Austin, it's across the state. We're dealing with students who have forgotten how to be students since COVID. And no, I'm not blaming everything on COVID, but there has been something that broke in our society when it comes to COVID and students behaving the way they should behave in school. The issue, every district, every surrounding district in San Antonio, you can go on a website, every school has some type of website where kids are fighting. every single, so I don't want there to be this perception that it's just Judson ISD that's having these issues. Every district is having these issues. When students get in trouble, we dole out the consequences that we are allowed to dole out. Now, the issue becomes, are we then connecting with parents? Are parents engaging in these same issues and making, as Mr. Salinas just said, are they engaged with what's happening with their student and getting them the support that they need? But we are suspending, we are putting students in ISS. I hear all the time this thing about, well, I sent a kid out of my class and the kid came back with a lollipop and all, that proverbial thing.
Yeah.
We're doing what we can in the sense of giving the consequences necessary, but I think it's deeper than just punishing a kid for something that they did. We have to make sure that, in concert with Monica Garcia and her team, getting students the services that they need, and so that we can deal with, what's going on. And I'm sorry, I don't normally talk this much, but also with the number of DOI teachers that we have, not just DOI, even teachers that are coming in alternative certification programs, they're not being taught as far as the level of student classroom management, all of that. There's just not the focus that needs to be there. So we are trying to do that here as we get them in our district. So we're doing what we can in order to make sure that our classrooms are safe, that our classrooms are conducive to, for students to learn and whatnot. But I really don't want it to be thought that Judson ISD just has this major discipline problem, and we got these parents and students just streaming out of our district because of it. I just don't believe that. Now, is that happening in certain places? I'm sure it is, but again, it's not just Judson ISD.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want us to remember, we're dealing with children. And I always remembered, even as a principal, that a child is born into this world, they don't get to pick their parent. They don't get to pick the street that they live on. They don't get to pick the color of their skin. They're born. That's it. And sometimes their environment deposits things into who they are that impact how they're going to react when they get in society. We have 3-year-olds that don't know how to sit at a table and have a meal because they are not taught how to do that at home. That does not mean that child is bad.
Or need to be
getting consequences or beat into submission. It just means a child needs to be taught. We went into this business to educate children, to teach, not throw away. And it breaks my heart when I hear people talking about a 12-year-old and a 13-year-old who is a product of their environment. And somebody's got to see past the anger, the pain, the nastiness, the cursing. You got to see past that and see the child. Because in every child that is lashing out, they're coming at you from hurt, for things that have happened in their lives they don't have any control over. And it is up to the adults that are in this business to stand in the gap and take that child by the hand and show them the right way to be and love them till they can get to where they, and I'm not going to sit here and say that as a high school principal that I was able to save every child. I'm not even going to lie about that. But I went to work every day convinced and convicted that I could. And we have got to remember, children are products of their environment, and it's for us to stand in the gap and show them the way.
Thank you. Mr. Macias, you said you had a comment?
I did. Actually, just wanted to, again, thank you for your presentation. I am a little concerned with the criticism given to our students at J-Care. Obviously, I think it's unfair, and I make no bones about it. Anybody that mentions a stereotype, I tell them, it's a stereotype. Our kids are there because they have some challenges. I honestly think the whole voucher issue is because the state has given up on trying to help these kids, and they're creating pathways for those that have to have other options. But we can't give up on these kids. We need to do what we can. And so sometimes, you hear from people, and they're out of touch, and they don't get it. I live in a community that has a high economically disadvantaged population. My neighbors, so I understand the challenges. We don't condemn, we don't criticize, we don't say they're all bad kids. We try to help them, we give them the education that they want, and you'll hear that obviously from the cabinet. I'm confident my colleagues agree as well, a majority of them do. So I guess I just feel like apologizing to the community, because there's going to be folks that hear rhetoric from here and think, we don't know what we're doing. We know what we're doing, but we need to find a facility for our J-care students that's adequate. No one is talking about, and the schools in my district, I know, J-care cannot continue to meet the needs of students in that facility. And that's a reality. We need to find a place to put them. So right now, we'll work with everyone, but I can't stay silent and just say, hey, I agree with certain things here. So please forgive the statement, but I want to just be very clear. I care about these children. I want to make sure all our students have the best pathway to succeed, to include those in J-care. And I believe in them, and that's our job to believe in them so they can succeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Fields, may I say something?
Yes.
That would be me.
Yes.
I just want.
I'm sorry?
We're allowed to ask from cabinet, ma'am.
I didn't hear cabinet get asked a question. This is a board meeting. The board is.
And she can give input to the board.
No, we're well aware that U.S. President has allowed the cabinet to take over the board meetings, Ms. Canoyer.
No, ma'am. You are dead wrong, and you need to stop.
Please.
Yes, ma'am.
Please go ahead, Dr. Gosh.
I was going to add that, to tack on a little bit to what Mr. Brooks was saying, and then also Dr. Toppin, that's one of the reasons that we are focusing on our counseling program to deal with restorative practices, is to help with this. But I also wanted to say that we have an executive director who is highly respected in this district by the name of Matthew Fields. And he was the kid that was told that he would be a number in the system. He was the one that was in DAEP all the way through because he was an abused child. And he will tell his story, and he told me right now, please tell my story. Because he said, I am that kid. And he said, all I needed was somebody to listen and somebody to help and somebody to support. So these programs that we have for these kids, they do help, and we do end up with people who contribute to a great many things. And I know, as far as I'm concerned, without him in our department, we would be at a great loss.
Well said.
And I think we need to remember that we're talking about people, and we probably have other people on our staff who may have been in a similar situation, and we would not want to label in that fashion.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I just wanted to end it by saying, I think it'd be good maybe to have some of this at the town hall. And I think people are interested in understanding what's the worst kind of behavior that ends up in J-care, and how are they controlled once they're in that environment as far as getting outside and circulating in the community. That's other concerns that I've heard expressed. And we just want we want an accurate picture of how the J-care school functions, because we do need to move it. So wherever it's moved, we want the community that's there to understand how it works and how it doesn't work.
I will also say that just because it's listed under mandatory placement for DAP does not mean that we always get a student that commits that offense. Like the data that I provide to you guys in the report, we have kids who, the majority of them are there because of possession of vapes. Yes, we do, unfortunately.
Could you speak into the mic?
I'm sorry. I apologize. We do unfortunately have students who assault with bodily injury. Okay, we do consequence for that. But like I said, the majority of our students right now that are there are because of possession of vape pens.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Update on board training, conferences, events, and board committee updates. Ms. Ryan, did you want to report?
Yes, no conferences coming up. You know, we're in financial straits, so I'll only be going to the mandatory conferences or no-cost conferences to the district for now, because we should be putting that money toward teachers and kids, not off on trips wherever. Gotten a chance to visit a ton of schools. It's been an amazing month. As part of the reading to the final for the school board members from all of Bexar County have been competing to see who can read the most minutes in schools. And so we've been doing that. They just cut it down to the, was it Sweet 16? Is that what it's called? Okay, sorry, I'm not a basketball person. Sweet 16 last week, so I think I'm the last Judson board member in it, so we'll see Elite 8 happens next week. But thanks to all the principals for being so accommodating. They send out a list, ask who wants me to come read, and I get traipse around for 3+ hours to all the schools. But just being able to put, you know, see all those faces and how excited they are to have people read to them and have them raise their hand that math is their favorite subject. The other half is reading. Everybody raises it for science and recess. But to see these elementary kids with their big hopes and their big dreams and working so hard in all of these classes, and these teachers, you know, just being with these kids every day, one teacher to 21 or 22 kids in a classroom, that is magic. That is where everything happens. It's the key to our success. And in being able to see much more of that than I, you know, usually get a chance to see through this program, I'm thankful to Bobby Blount over at Northside ISD and Bexar County Coalition of School Board members for making this happen, because it's been a great, very rewarding opportunity. So, but I've been to a bunch of, a big shout out to Dr. Steele and the Skills USA students from all over Judson. I can't wait to see them at a boardroom because there was, over the course of 2 hours, a myriad of students from Judson Wagner and veterans in every possible category, and they're all going to state in Corpus Christi. So super excited to see what all those CTE programs and the great performance by those students in just every single area. And Judson got to host this year, so we hosted a bunch, and it was a lot of work for the CTE department, hosting both the individual competitions. They hosted the big region-wide thing. Some of our students volunteered to be on the Skills USA board and had to speak and get voted on and everything. So I was glad I got a chance to see that. It was a real shining moment for Dr. Steele and all the people in all the CTE areas in our district. So.
Ms. Stanford?
Went to the legislative update in Austin this week, and very exciting legislation coming up for teacher raises. Very hopeful that that gets passed. I believe it's $2,000 or $2,500 for 1 through 3 years experience, and $5,500 3 to 5. Sounds about right. More for rural, but we care about those numbers. I don't know if that's going to be worded in the law like it will be an ongoing funding from the state, so that it's an ongoing salary. That's what I'm hoping to hear when it's passed, that it's going to be funding an ongoing salary situation. Also went to the JSTEM lottery with Suzanne, and that's always a mixture of excitement and disappointment. And you always hear there was a lot of excitement. We saw a group of 5 girls standing in the back, and they would scream as each one made it until there was one left. And I nudged Suzanne and I said, there's one more that hasn't made it. She was the last one called. And so all 5 of them made it, and it was just exciting to see.
Ms. Faulkner?
I went to the unified basketball game and watched Judson and Wagner until they had to play each other on Friday, and then Judson got knocked out, right? No, Wagner got knocked out, and then, yeah, et cetera. We did the tour of the new middle school. I also attended the spring signing at Wagner, because our 2 baseball players that signed for colleges were right there from Kirby. And then Jose and I attended the city council meeting in Kirby. They had their proclamation. The same night we had board appreciation, so they asked us to come back so they could do the proclamation again and take pictures. And then this Saturday, there's lots of stuff going on. There's the Star Parent Academy.
We're going to have a discussion in closed board. We're going to have a
okay.
discussion tomorrow
Okay.
amongst the cabinet, because it's supposed to be precipitation and freezing cold
What
Friday
about
night.
the
So
resource fair at Wagner that's scheduled on Saturday, that's multi-district, sir?
I can assure you that if it's going to present a problem with people getting in here, I will probably, yes, ma'am, ask that they reschedule.
Okay,
I didn't say cancel.
okay. That's it, thank you.
Mr. Macias?
I'm sorry, Ms. Ryan?
Reschedule.
Oh.
He would reschedule.
You know, I always feel like this should be the easiest part of the meeting, but even this part of the meeting, there's some unfair statements made about saving money for the district by not traveling. Let me just tell you, I've been on this board long enough to know you grow ignorant if you're not connected with other school board members from across the state and across the country. There's a professional development amount that's small, $4,000 for every board member, that is necessary for us to learn how to be effective board members. So I would say I'm going to use every dollar, because guess what? I want to be the best board member I can be for this district. So again, that's just my take, and so I just want to have to start there. But in terms of some really positive things that have happened, I had a chance to address the Hispanic Honor Society for Wagner High School and give them some words of encouragement. It's a very dark time in our country, and so encouragement is definitely needed. Obviously, I enjoyed the legislative session with my colleagues. We had a chance to talk to some of the state representatives. We even had Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick address the board members from across the state. And it was interesting to hear their perspective in selling us why vouchers are going to be okay. They claim that only 3% will be the variance across the state in school districts. We're going to see no more than a 3% variance. And I'm like, okay. But again, it still angers me, because there are 500,000 private school students right now who are going to receive a $10,000 check, and they're already enrolled in the school. Talk about a waste of freaking money. That's wasteful. But we learned a lot, and we realized that we have our challenges to contend with, and that education is still in peril. And then the other part that I learned from the conference that I really found interesting is that the state wants to give teacher salaries directly, which is great, because I've been a big advocate the last 3 years. Let's pay our teachers. But they're taking local control away from school boards to pay teachers, and then what about all the other things that we have to take care of in the district? So again, they want to be school board members, I guess. It's not the way it's supposed to be. So again, there's a lot to fight with Austin, and I certainly will be doing that and alerting my community about these things. But as you can tell, I'm quite passionate about these things. And then, of course, there's a lot of stuff coming up, basketball playoff games and so forth. That's been important to attend. I mean, these kids work really hard, so the least we could do is go out there and say, hey, we're proud of all the hard work you've done. But a lot more to come this month. Thank you.
Mr. Salinas?
Oh, Ms. Ryan, Mr. Acosta, and Mr. Macias, I'm sorry, and myself, and we had a good meeting. And I'm sorry, I was looking forward to going to Austin, but orders from the doctor said no traveling, but maybe the next one.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Eaton?
Thank you, Madam President. Went to the Jeff Foundation function, had my +1, my granddaughter. She really enjoyed herself. She was impressed with Elvis, but now she wants to be a showgirl. So I don't know if I messed up or not, but she did. She really enjoyed herself. She loved the meal. And went to Austin with my colleagues, and I left with more questions than answers when it comes to what's getting ready to happen with the money and what the big plan is, because it was a little confusing, you know. Or as my daddy used to say, I left there, it was clear as muddy water. But it was very informative. Thank you. And we got a lot of stuff coming up, so yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
So I went to a lot of the same things my colleagues did. I do want to shout out the gala and our vendors and people who helped support the efforts that the foundation is putting on. We truly appreciate all those partnerships, and the fact that they're helping to step in to fill in the gaps of funding is really, really important. I went to the Judson Ag Show that they had. Really fun to watch them show the rabbits and the chickens is what I saw, and it's very interesting how knowledgeable the students are about their animals. It's always impressive to see, and the staff out there does an amazing job of putting on a beautiful show. They work lots of extra hours to help the kiddos get there, and I truly appreciate their extra efforts. Been to a couple of athletic signings, the Unified Basketball Playoffs, JSTEM Lottery. There is a basketball playoff that's local tomorrow night at 8 o'clock at Littleton Gym. Our Wagner girls basketball team is playing there. The Judson High School boys unfortunately play in Corpus Christi, and I'm not going to make it all the way down there, darn it. But we certainly wish both of those teams a lot of good luck. They're the last two that are left in the playoffs right now. So that's that. And so then, that is the last item on our agenda before closed session. So the board will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074 and 551.071, discussing personnel, the personnel report, and updates including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments. 1, Franz Leadership Academy Principal. 2, Director of Transportation. B, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.076, discussion regarding intruder detection security audit and security devices. And C, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussion regarding board member duties, roles, and responsibilities. The time is now 10:20, and we are adjourning into closed session. All right. The board will now reconvene in open session. The time is 11:30 PM. No final action, decision, or vote was taken while the board was in closed session. I would like for our secretary to note that Ms. Ryan left before closed session and was not here for any of that discussion. Item 9A, consider and take possible action regarding the personnel report and updates, including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve the personnel report, including new hires, resignation, and administrative appointments as presented.
Motion by Ms. Faulkner, second by Mr. Salinas. You'll go ahead and vote, please. Motion passes 6-0. Dr. Fields, would you like to make an announcement?
Yes, ma'am. For our transportation director, which is a significant new hire for us, we will be contacting, and it'll be Mr. Earl Stewart, formerly over at Northeast ISD. And for the principal of Ed Franz Elementary, it will be Mrs. Carrie Savage Egg. And she's a current assistant principal in the district and ready for the next step. Thank you guys so much.
Congratulations to both of those. We're happy for those appointments. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned at 11:31 PM.